Happy Sunday and happy Father's Day, everybody. We're going to try and juggle a few things. We've got an MLB slate starting in about an hour, and we've got some $500 best ball drafts that we expect to be kicking off. We're in a bunch of slows. Maybe we'll do those. This is a 555 fast on DraftKings for $1 million up top. You'll see a lot of regulars in the room. I'm still sort of figuring out what's going on as we get started. GM, everybody. GA in my case. Let me see. We'll update this DFS tracker once the slate starts. And doing well. GM, what's up? What's up? Thanks for stopping by. I expect this to be 3 to 4 hours as long as we can keep getting these lobbies to fill. This one just filled. Our second one here is at 4 of 6 or 4 of 12 already. So we're going to see how many 5-5s we can get going at the same time. You'll notice I'm in some slows. We'll bop over the tabs. They're tracking those. But right now I am mostly just worried about this. We'll also be probably dragging the sidekick down off the screen here so that if people are watching the stream, they don't know who I'm going to be picking, although we'll be bouncing around hopefully between enough of these that people won't notice. Let's have a look at this board. Again, sorry, these are going to be actually pretty small. If I'm going to be multi-tabling 555s, it's going to be in the resolution that I do that best at, and I don't have any like APM or misclick stuff because of the screen size. If we get down to fewer of them, I might make it bigger. But it looks like we've got Sacrilegious here, Tanner Tolbert, Justin Herzig. Doesn't have an ETR. FF in 60 looks like his logo there. Don't love Sacrilegious being on the inside track here in the 7 spot when me at the 4, but hopefully we'll end up on enough different teams that we won't have sidekick on sidekick violence. Still sitting at 4 in this one. I'm going to also be making sure, so I am sitting and waiting in a bunch of slow 555 lobbies, and as those fill today, I'm going to make sure that I am scooping those as they fill as well. Have a look there. While things are still a little bit slow, I'm going to run our MLB slate. Make sure that if I completely fuck it up, we've got most of our things live. Looks like we'll be in for about 24K-ish this afternoon. MLB slate on a very warm Sunday here. Looks like we're waiting on the Marlins lineup for 140, which I don't love. Get that going. Luckily, the Cubs game got postponed early enough that I was not having to manage a weather game and the stream at the same time. GM. Welcome, folks. If I was optimizing the sidekick for 1 week of content, for a 1 week contest, what would you change about the design of it, having it look at differentiation inputs? So it depends on what you mean by 1 week contests. So like weekly winners is a 1 week contest many different times. And so that is what it would look like when you care about single week upside a whole lot, like way more than you care about anything else. If you mean like truly just one slate, I wouldn't. So the sidekick knows about the payout structure of everything we're drafting. And so I would just give it that payout structure and see what it did is the main thing. And then I would, make sure it's not doing anything really stupid because we put an error in or something. But, it is designed to just solve the problem you give it. Obviously, if you're talking about like in season, that's very different because you are much closer to the time when like Vegas lines are better. So I might change the way that I think about projecting players and stuff and change the way that the rankings teams does things. So I guess a timer here. So I remember to grab stuff. All right, looks like I wouldn't be surprised if the SaberSim user was also a sidekick user, given most of the SaberSim community knows who I am and knows that I do this. Looks like Kyle went there. We're going to grab HN here at 20. It looks like I've got a couple 555s with HN on it so far that have finished And the rest of the players here just haven't gotten some 1 or 2 picks. Looks like to grab many of those in 555s. Go ahead and hide this. Great. I'm just going to check over here for a couple of things. This is running. Afternoon disbanded. See how close is the second one to filling. Up to 5, not bad. Keep that refreshed. There's a little bit of a weird thing with the sidekick, and sometimes if you sit in a DraftKings lobby for a couple of hours, it will not. DraftKings stops sending the information to your page that we need to read, and so I need to make sure that I am actively paying attention to the ones where I'm sitting in a lobby so that that doesn't happen. I'll be up on the clock here in 2 picks. Herza grabs slightly falling Henry. I think Henry usually goes about 20 maybe. Once I get enough of these in, then we'll be able to start figuring out where the ADPs are different in these 555s from the main ADP, and actually probably change our strategy a little bit. Because obviously the exposure diversification just knows the slate ADP. It doesn't know exactly how all of these players like to draft. And if I am like halfway through the summer and halfway through all my stuff, Colson Loveland goes nice and early here. Letting us grab a George Pickens that has fallen. Let's see, I've got some stuff we can do. It looks like I've got a big dog over here. Can have a look at real quick while that wraps around. Tavian Wicks, top of the sidekick in a 3-4-8-2. Jacobs, Montgomery, Pollard, and Brooks as our 4 running backs. Double check on how quickly the slow 555s are filling. Nobody's slow 3Ks, still sitting there at 3 of 12. I'm in a slow mastiff that like the first slow mastiff just filling. That's the first mastiff that's run. I don't think any fasts have run. They've run on at times or nights when I am not around. We could click into that real quick. Let's see. Yep, still plenty of slows to fill. 5 of 12 in that. Yeah, let's look at the Mastiff over here. Like in the Mastiff, I'm in the 7. Nothing weird. Standard start so far. We'll see what I get in the 7 spot in that Mastiff. I assume it'll be pretty close to ADP. Anything else weird? Don't know the DraftKings ADPs well enough to know if this is early for a Puka or not. A little bit of a fall on Williams. This is early for, and then for a 555 for Allen, definitely. Allen usually goes closer to 3-4 turn in the 555s. So it depends on the format. So the question is, for a specific 1 week contest, do you think you would want the sidekick to be more aware of your portfolio teams already drafted? Not sure if it already does that. Probably I would make it slightly more aware for a 1 week contest. Again, it would depend on like how long the contest was being drafted over. We'll grab Waddle here a little bit ahead of ADP, I guess. Yeah, it would depend on when I was. Yeah, so I talked about this. At the moment, I'm not going to zoom in. It depends on how many of these we get running. I just like if I'm clicking through 3 or 4 of these, I don't want the zoom to be the reason I misclick something. I'm just used to multi-tabling this with this resolution. I will zoom in sort of when a draft ends and we want to look through it. I can zoom in on the specific page and back out again, I guess. Also, is there a chance that like, I assume Windows has some hotkey for to like zoom in on your mouse so we can actually look at things, but we might zoom in if if we're only doing 2 of these at a time. I'm not too worried about my click speed, especially in these 30-second clocks. Yeah, no problem. Heard on the size. I have large monitors and great eyesight, so this is how I do things typically. Grab Montgomery here to grab our second RB. Nice 2, 3 through 5. What is this Loveland drafter doing? No, I don't know enough about ABs again to know if those are way out of pocket or not. How close are we to getting 2 going? Pretty close. We're up to 9, it looks like. Give it a refresh to make sure it doesn't die on us. Upload this. B slate. We're still waiting on a few teams, right? Yeah, still waiting on Miami. Yep. Is Miami the only one? Miami is the only one. So once we get Miami, we can basically stop paying attention to that. No problem. Happy to feel free to ask any questions, and I will just not answer the ones that feel like too much of an EV leak for whatever it is we're chatting about. Back and do some of these slows. Trying to get through the last of these field generals and puppy 2s and palms that are slows. I just got out 200 of those total left, all nearing the end of the drafts. And I'd rather just be on high stakes that I can sort of queue up a player and not really worry about being around every 8 hours on them. What's I got to do? This, I was going to make sure this is the slow that's filling, right? Yeah, I entered one and I wasn't positive if it was a slow or a fast, and I didn't want a fast to kick off without me knowing it was in a tab. Looks like you can see from the green, we're thinking about a running back here. That makes a lot of sense so far. But I suspect Sacrilegious is going to snipe whatever I want here at the top before we start really diverging here. Maybe the fact that he's 3 through 5 means we'll get there. Maybe he actually takes May here. Or no, not May. Sorry, that's not Sacrilegious. Mason is the one who maybe takes May with Allen, and we get a really silly drafter here. And text just went off. It's 2 minutes ago. 8 of 12 still. All right. See who Moody grabs. Was it Chubo? No, we're waiting for Pollard. This was great. So we'll get Pollard and see who comes back around. I assume Burrow goes before, but if Burrow really does fall to us, we'll definitely take naked Burrow here. But I gotta imagine that Herzig takes Burrow here. I don't think he's he's paying attention. You got to assume one of these is probably running back and one is Burrow. I wanted to check in on this. Okay. Doesn't look like anyone else is streaming these. Where's my draft board? There's my draft board. But now you guys aren't here. Where is my stream? It's one of these screens. This one? There it is. Question. Don't think this gives up much EV, but what current player in the top 50 picks do you think drops furthest by September? I have no idea. One would have to assume that it's probably an unfortunate injury, if I had to guess. So Burrow, Herbert, Lawrence. I assume this means that I've got Hurts at the top. I do. grab Hertz here. Sacrilegious in here, it means that Lemon is not going to fall back to me, but sometimes you get Lemon back at 93, which is nice. Right, so I don't have player takes. I don't know who falls. I assume it's injury related. Top 50 picks, probably somebody has some hamstring or something that pulls them out for a bit. Yeah, here's a good one. Davers for Pup, Jacobs if Svensson. I do think, we always say that Pup risk is built in, but obviously it's not. Thank you for the solidarity in those King of the Desert quals. We're both sweating together. I'm going to go ahead and hide this. Make sure we aren't leaking to anybody who's right next to us. Yeah, something like that. Something unfortunate that you don't wish upon a player, but will probably happen. I'm going to... Right, still no Miami sim, right? Oh, no lineup for Miami. Yeah, I mean, so like there are very few things that are 100% likely, and so some amount of reaction to a thing is warranted. With these, I guess some of the Pup things we know are 100% basically, unless a team is like doing something weird, right? We know for sure that a player who is recovering from injury will end up on Pup with like 100% certainty, and then it happens, and then they still fall. But things like the trades and stuff, there's still something that could happen that would, 95% is not 100% type situations, or 0%, or 5% is not 0%. And so it should be some small changes, but usually not the scale that we end up seeing. How is this one doing? All right, this one looks like it's going to have... Oh, looks like some of the people who I knew in this one have dropped out. Looks like Sacrilegious is doing his second bullet in the same one. Make sure that I guess when this one fills is when I will know that the 555 slows are filling up. I should be able to get a rate estimate. Okay, let's see. Makai Lemon did go. So right, looks like we're probably going to have Naked Hertz until the last couple of rounds. So we usually grab someone to stack there. Thoughts on the team in the one hole? Seems fine. Oh, Garrett Wilson, I think that's really early for, so I probably wouldn't do that. But again, hey, Mahomes, fancy meeting you here. We'll go back to looking at that team. I don't know. I think that Evans, I don't know where Watson usually goes. It seems a little early on QJ. I think QJ is maybe usually over here. But again, I'm not super familiar with the DraftKings ADP off the top of my head. It's going to be a little light at running back for sure. What I think the number one thing most people get wrong when building a sim is not knowing what they're doing in general. I think that correctly simulating something is tricksy. All right, so this one has filled. That means I'm going to go ahead and enter the next fast lobby here. Another 555. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what it is. It's probably overfitting. I think overfitting is the number one thing that any data science person who doesn't know data science well is probably going to do. Yep, rankings are working. Didn't have it crash in this draft, which is great. I'll have a look at this board and see who's in here. We've got a Spike Week person, CSU Ram, Renegades 88 has been in a lot of these. Sacrilegious, I don't know how many he's planning on doing here. Not many other people from this first draft, right? Is Moody in both? Nope. I don't know. I'm not really paying close attention to who's in each of these, aside from people who I already know. Thoughts on Alexander the Great? I don't know. He was super young, right? I'm not a big history buff, aware of the Library of Alexandria and all of the other things, but not not enough of a history buff to have an opinion on him. So this one we get out of 3, which is nice. Sacrilegious is further away from us in this draft, so the only confirmed sidekick user in here. Fading Alexander the Great at current ADP is probably good. I don't really know what the ADP landscape of historical greats. If we're only doing greats, there's what we've got Catherine, we've got Alexander. I'm not sure if there's any other the greats out there that we have to worry about in our ADP of the greats, but that's where we would be. Bugan Evans and Fallers, Godwin being elite performers. So, yeah, this is going back to people who might fall. Yeah, I think that's could be possible if we see some things beyond just beat writer stuff. OTAs are done, but if we get things at training camp, all right, let me make sure this is ready. This is ready. I'm in this one. We're checking location, DraftKings. You know where I am. We've been doing all of these. Excellent. Yeah, fair enough. Evans not on the Bucks is probably an accurate statement. Did it work? Read a load. There we go. In this lobby, be the first one in here. Nope. Matthew Troy Online is going to join us in this third lobby. I am now positive that this is the slow. It should be almost full. So look at this first board and see how it's playing out. 2-3-3-1 for us. Sacrilegious is at a 1-5-3-0. Yeah, really light at running back from Wreck Havoc 22. Only probably accurate. Yeah. I am always some chance that my brain is not exactly mapping a player to the human out there. Yeah, separate team types makes sense. Where are we? 3 picks away. Do a quick puppy slow to get that moving along. Whoever's waiting for us. Do I have a preferred destination for Debo? No, just as long as it isn't retirement. Based on the amount of money I have invested in that particular player, that retirement destination is a very poor one. Brad White here. Maybe and hopefully Kelsey reps back to us. I think it's pretty obvious to the room that that's what we're hoping for. We've got no tight ends here. But Havoc really should be grabbing some running backs, I assume, and not snag Kelsey here, but who knows? Herzig might grab Kelsey. I think ETR is high, although he does have McBride in the second. I'm in the third. This draft seems to be going a little slower than the other one, but I guess I am on the turn. Take a little longer to wrap back. Jefferson going early here. Pops both the running backs. And I think he also typically goes later than Amon-Ra and CD. Jefferson is someone who I don't have a ton of exposure in these 5.5s. On DraftKings at all. I think he must just be really high variance in the first round. And so I've gotten unlucky about him flipping me. We'll see when another draft starts. I can look. I think I probably have only like 2%. Yeah, that seems smart, PP. Although I am going to be doing all of these fast. So if you're you're trying to dodge in a fast, that's going to be a long time. But yeah, I think steering clear of Kyle and I is smart. How has MLB been going for? I guess you're probably still playing. Hey, Kelsey came back to us. We like that. You playing MLB tonight or this afternoon, Parker? I don't know how much of the non-basketball and football plates you're playing. All right, you got Kyle and our Sack and Parker negotiating, figuring out things. Third one seems like it's close to full. We're going to grab it around 2 here. Looks like both HN and Henry are falling here. We'll see. There goes HN. I suspect this is Henry. Yep. I'm going to have to pay attention to this throughout the day. If Henry keeps falling this many picks, we might have to grab Nico a couple of times here because it's the ADP fall might not be real. Just hang out here, I think, in the first 2 rounds. I don't care if someone snipes whoever's top of sidekick. Let's see. Sackbuilder started AJ Brown, CMC. Any other pull-ups here? Nothing too interesting. Grab Love as a slight ADP faller relative to Olave. And away we go. We'll look at this one a bit. Any weird? Still only one running back through 11 for the 1 hole here. Going to be a low advancement rate strategy for sure, but they're hoping to get lucky and have some sort of CRB team that gets there. I grabbed Likely and Goddard. Even though they probably would get Gadsden to come back around to them if they wanted. A minute, you guys, welcome to join. We're up at 4. Looks like in the next 555 fast. Come on down. I know JSU is planning to stream one at 2, so we'll get some people in that one, I'm sure. Any chance we'll ever be able to adjust the season side input to the sims? Like, say I want to sim with outlier results on certain off the Bagel Smash. Almost certainly not. It means we'd have to like load. I know there's a lot of cloud computing that would have to happen for you to have your own sims that weren't based off of your rankings. So we let custom rankings work because it is a player by player adjustment, in which case you could encode a whole set of team changes, but letting you change specific probabilities that are not directly related to an individual player take is just too hard to do with the amount of money anyone would be willing to pay for cloud compute and storage, because we would have to load your specific different changes differently than everybody else and run stuff. It's just, you can do it for DFS on a $500 a month sub. It's really hard to do on a $500 a year sub in any way that we could make sure that we are not bleeding money to people who are abusing that, not intentionally abusing, but just like heavily utilizing something that would draw that much. Yeah, I know, BP. They start in 40 minutes. Slate locks in 35 minutes. You got to assume somebody there is going to give us a lineup, right? Yeah, just given full transparency as to why that stuff is hard. I think, a lot of what you can do on a $500 a month sub is very hard to do on a yearly sub when you don't have control over the volume that people might be able to put down with it. The amount of compute that goes in there. And obviously we want to avoid ever having to raise the price for existing subs, right? Because if you keep your sub recurring, it keeps charging the same amount indefinitely, and we don't want to be in a position where we're losing money in some future world. Although, who knows what cloud compute will do to us. We may be forced into that down the road, but hopefully not. Hopefully the games are growing fast enough that we're adding new subs at a rate that makes up for the people are getting grandfathered in, and we're not too worried about it. Yeah, come on. Jay's trash talking on the rest of the chat. Seems like everyone should jump in. Jay, which one of you are you in here? So far we've got a Matthew, a JSU who is not you, a Gopher, and a S with lots of numbers screen name. Got a Waddle here. The S with lots of numbers. Looking forward to it. Anything weird yet? Yeah, see, this is usually where Ellen goes on these 5x5. This is a 3-4 turn. Low EV username. I think there's something to be said for having a username that is, StarCraft Ladder has a lot of people with barcode usernames so that you can't recognize who you're playing and what the strategy might be. I think having some slightly fuzzy username is not the worst thing. Obviously, mine is not very secret. Might be able to figure out if I'm in your room on various platforms, but that is what it is. All right, we're getting our 5th running back here on our first team. Let's see how we're doing. I'm going to go ahead and refresh this, sitting at 6. Yep. Got to get those Brood War bar names. I thought it was an inmate number. Pokelos Dos. Could have used it as an inmate number and then a StarCraft number. And then on to whatever things are there. All right, this is our slow draft. I am on the clock in a slow. So this was confirmed, the slow, so I'm not worried about it. Let's go ahead and make a slow pick and pick 5 in this slow. Get it moving. Go back to our contests. Make our pick here, and then we'll do a quick MLB check. Do we have Miami lineup yet? I think we don't. We still somehow don't have Miami. No, so here's Debo. I have 41% Debo, and now at least 3K invested in him finding a landing spot, plus whatever is on my slows that haven't finished. Don't love that. I mean, I do love it. We think it's a great pick. It's just don't love that he doesn't have a team yet. Okay. How we doing? Still at 6. Ooh. Sacrilegious here. Got the same 2. No, did he get? No, all right. CMC on both of them, but not the same picks after that. See how this player still only one running back through 15 rounds. Device number is hell, username. Yeah. Oh, that would be a bad time for Windows to auto update, so we're not going to let it do that. Let's see. I'm going to grab in here. Quarterbacks, probably. Yep, grabbing Hurts with the run back. Again, Sidekick does not know the Sacrilegious is in this room, and we are unlikely to get Makai Lemon falling back to us with Hurts, but that's okay. What approach? This question is asking, I assume, about playing League of Legends DFS in COVID. It's basically the same as my current DFS process for every sport. Nothing changes aside from the games that you have to simulate. Do I have a preference on underdog or DK? I prefer DraftKings. The only thing I don't like about it is the app interface, but I just don't draft on my phone, so it doesn't really impact me. DraftKings is unlikely to change random stuff on me, and if I do, I ask them about it and they fix it or tell me why very quickly. Not that Newbie and Underdog are not great at their stuff. It's just a different environment over there. And mostly it's really just the DraftKings is softer, different mistakes being made, easier to make money. As we predicted, this team that started with Hurts is likely going to end up with Wicks or Stowers on it. Maybe we're going to grab Ted Hurst first based on what easy money grabs here, but I suspect one of those two makes it back to us. Maybe not. Maybe the other Eagles drafters grab them, but late round stack with Hurts is always on the table. See, can we get a third one going at the same time before this first one fills? Probably not. We're only up to 8. So I think that we're going to get through the last, oh, maybe not. There are 3 rounds still. We could get 3 going at the same time. We're waiting for 8 people in the big dog, which we will draft. Go fast. We'll see what happens. Sorry, JSU just went live. Had the audio on for a stream to give him a view and a like, and it startled me a bit. All right, back over here. This is our lobby. It scared the shit out of me. All right, I gotta move away from JSU's screen so I can still give him a view and a like, but StreamYard is here. All right, so it looks like we'll have at least myself and JSU as sidekick users in this, although high KB is enough that he's not really the same as a full sidekick user EV that I'm fighting against. More annoying to multi-table. With the 30 versus 20-second clocks, it's actually about the same, right? Because this top bar on DraftKings, it can be up to 10 seconds behind, but at worst case, that means you're getting on the clock with 20 seconds on DraftKings. And so you can click into this top bar and multi-table pretty efficiently. And obviously, if I'm doing different tabs, then they're the same. I guess you have the tab crash issue and the lobby not load on DraftKings sometimes. I haven't had the lobby not load issue in a while, so maybe they've actually fixed that. But all right, and we've got Parker officially in this, BP Kelowna, in our third one. I don't think I gave JSU the thumbs up over here. Thumbs up, buddy. GG. Good luck in your drafts. Oh, already went. That's disappointing. Grab downs. Looks like Dart, even though we're at 7%, looks like I haven't been getting many 555s with Dart, which is too bad. 2 picks away here. My data background comes from being a particle physicist, is where I learned data science and the various things. Any recommendations for a student looking to work as a data analyst? I think it's pretty much. It depends where. And I would spend a lot of time learning what their particular focus on learning the hiring process for where it is you want to apply. I don't know if you have locations yet, but really do treat each job separately. Hey, here's some Sam Laporta where we don't have much and no 555s yet. TK lags for you is interesting. I don't really have any TK lag problems, but that would be annoying. Yeah, I do. I agree. So I bug them about this all the time, that they need to get some time box contests that are 150 max so that I can put a bunch of drafts in. The other thing I want them to do is change the way their slows work. They're 10-hour clocks, and the 10-hour clocks don't start until 10 p.m. And if you know me, you know that that's basically bedtime. And so I do not like having to be up until 10. I am quite excited for Total Warhammer 40K. A lot, and the amount there, who knows? Degree, I'll play a bit, quite a bit. GM, also. I am no longer a physicist, but I was, what are we at, 15 years ago or so? Yeah. Yeah, it's really about the fill rate of those, and that they're not releasing any puppy style ones. They're worried about their main contest fill rate, and I get that, but there's enough sidekick users that we could rip and fill that particularly if they change this though. Charlie Collar, one of the sidekick favorites. Wonder grabbing that before Sacrilegious can get it in this one. Anytime, no problem. If you're, were you asking about so the general data analyst stuff, I would highly recommend not using AI as much as you can while you're building out your own neural network and brain stuff, right? So building out the pattern recognition about what to do right and training yourself to do things. I would be handwriting and doing as much as you can yourself rather than leaning on LLMs to do it. It'll just, you learn things differently. It's much more important to build that in. Yeah, gotcha. We'll see. Maybe Sacrilegious will be lucky in the second one and he'll get it first. I don't know why the sidekick likes Charlie Collar, but I trust the inputs and the team that has gotten there, and I'm going to have a boatload for now. Maybe it'll just be a bunch of a blocking tight end, but maybe he will catch all the touchdowns and passes, and we will make all of the money. Right? That's the goal. Holiday Inn Express last night. I did not. I had an excellent night's sleep at home. Hello. Professor Plum is saying hi. Wondering who and what I am talking to this time of day on a Sunday. Just completely dumbfounded as to what's going on. It is very warm in here, so he's not just sure if he should settle in or not. Yeah, I'm sorry, bud. Tough times. Hey, Steph, how you doing? Yep, we'll see whether my try to beat Sacrilegious code is working today or not. Gotta love the kittens. And hey, bud, you want to come and sit up here? It's probably too warm for you to be. Oh, did you walk around? Or did you just leave? I don't want to run you over. No, he's gone. Oh, no, there he is. Come up here. Have a seat. Ooh, on the clock in booth. Random Dobbs. So it looks like we never ended up getting either of our Eagles hopefuls on this Hurts team. So it ended up being naked Hurts, 2 QB team with Mahomes stacked with Kelsey. Hurts naked, I think. Hey, don't eat that. Yeah, that's the Charger. It looks very fun. We should not be eating it. All right, that's my alarm to go check in on. We'll stay here so we can look at this board when I get a second. Yeah, stop eating quartz. You can't eat the quartz. It's just not what we do. Do I have a Miami lineup yet? No. I'm going to run with whatever I have so far and check back in 10 minutes. Hey, little fuzzy cat. It's a little bit warm. Yeah, all right. We can do some lap time after I have done this. And you and I will both sweat our asses off, and hopefully you'll get too warm and I can place you in the cat tower. And all creatures will be happy. Run that. His name, this is Professor Plum, but we call him Professor Puff because he was the fluffy one. So sometimes he just gets abbreviated to Puff. All right, bud. Ugh. You gonna come up? Hold on. Yeah, I gotta get the don't claw me in the legs towel. It's all covered in hair on one side and not the other. Here we go. All right, we figured it out. Up we go. Masterfully executed. Yeah, I think this is true, but there is some chance I think that he has more than that. Come on. Let's not put your butt on camera. Let's settle in. Yep. Yeah, I know. I'm not petting you. It's just like the worst thing in the world that you're getting to hang out and no one is petting you. See how close are we to filling number 3? All right, we're up to 10 in the third. Refresh there so that the lobby's loaded. Let's have a look at this room. I said I would zoom in on these once that happens. So let's zoom in. Let's see, where the one hole was kind of weird. They did end up getting 6 RBs, but they were the last 5 picks in the first pick. Herzig ended up going 3-7-7-3 with a pretty balanced build, I guess we would say. Stacking up. I, as we mentioned, have Hurts and Mahomes. Hurts unstacked, Mahomes with Kelsey. 3 running backs through 6, and then 2 more later with Waite and Spears. Sacrilegious 2-7-9-2. Got Bowers and 2 wide receivers early, and then fills it out. Hey, bud, I'll slowly scroll this. Can you settle in? Is that asking too much? Bryce Young here as a QB in this draft, or so zoomed, I have no idea what's going on. Can we settle in? Can we do that? Yeah. Here's a hand. Yes, it is your favorite hand. And we should be going. Yeah, I'm not talking to you. I know it sounds like I'm talking to you, but when I'm talking to them, it's so that you can like settle in. So confused. Yes. Oh, no, this hand is the hand that's petting you. You don't need this hand doesn't also have to pet you. This one can pet you, and this one controls the mouse. Okay, fine. This one for just a second. Too fluffy. Too fluffy to understand what's going on. All right. Come on, bud. Yep. All right. Let's see. We were going to look through the rest of this. I'll leave this up if anyone wants to post in chat a team that you want me to look through. I'm happy to do it, but I'm going to focus on this and really hoping we get a a lineup. Settle in. I don't want your tail in my face. Don't want your tail in my face. Come on. Yep, we're going to settle in. We're going to settle in. There we go. Cat down. Marlon's lineup is posted. Let me see if the sims have completed. Pause this guy. Do this guy. See if the providers run it yet. All right. Gotta do stuff for ownership and make this back to like a me size for now, and then we'll zoom in again. I promise later. All right. I missed some chat there for a bit. Real star of the draft, yes. Happy Father's Day. And if you have a furry friend, I hope that they are being treated well and treating you well. It is, they don't always cooperate, but when they do, there we go. That's the right spot. Now the left hand can pet you correctly, and you can just chill. Yes. Excellent kitten. Sounds like we've got Liam in this 555 also. Yep, I got Liam. Should be up on draft. Okay. Once that launches, still waiting on 8 for this. I suspect that we don't get a whole lot of action in the big dog streets while there's a 555 promo out to some people. I don't think it went out to everybody. I think it was a targeted offer, but I think it went out to a lot more than the last time we tried to do this. Right. That beeping in my ear was reminding me that I think at least Saber Sim is running the... Yeah, they just started the Miami Sim, so... fucking tight. Oh, Jesus Christ. Nothing like not having a lineup. That's the wrong number of minutes to do this for. It should be 3 minutes so that I can run this. Make sure nothing else is running. That's paused. This is uploaded. We're still at sub 5-minute runtime on everything, so should be good. 2 picks away over here. I was gonna hide this. There we go. Super secret. It's the same flash sale that everybody's getting. I think it's like some ticket for each. I think it's a normal best ball ticket for each of up to 2 entries you make. I've obviously already done my 2. I do need to go ahead and... Is this one running yet? Nope. I need to check in here to see if all of the slows have filled yet. If not, I need to rip in some more slows. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more slows to fill. Seems good. I'll rip in more of those soon. What up? Black and white one. Thanks a lot, puppy. Yep. All right. We got the 3rd one is just filled. I think that's what my phone is alerting me to. Yep. Go ahead and jump in the lobby for the next one. Create an card pick here. Don't need 2 contest tabs open. This lobby, I don't think I need open. Let's do some tab. Didn't hear anybody want to look at this one. Go ahead and close it. Hide that for now. This is fine. Let's not claw at us. Let's not claw. We don't want to be clawed at. What is the most commonly made mistake otherwise sharp best ball drafters use? This is not a bad answer. I don't know, but I mean, I think it's probably assuming you can learn a lot from 5 slates or however many slates you've observed of best ball. I think that is probably the most common mistake. That should be pretty obvious based on what I said earlier about overfitting and sims and all those sorts of things. Got the lineup and no ownership. I will at the very least run things. So I have a distinct timing shot. Yeah, I mean, that's probably it, right? I think overfitting to the priors about what that's running. I didn't run it. I moved the files, but I didn't run it. Okay, 3-minute timer. Should run in about 3 minutes now with nothing else computing on there. And that was the noise that the laundry is done. Sundays are for choring. This might be what my offer is too, but up to 2 times, right? It's 1. I can look at it. It's still in my offer thing. It's the same flash sale everybody got. Promos. I mean, unless DK Dan sent me a different one. Shame on DK. He didn't. I know it's the same one. Where'd it go? Is it this best ball one? Nope. Is it this one? Nope. I don't. Oh, it's not here anymore because I've already finished it. I couldn't tell you what it was because I've done 2 drafts already, and so it's not in my promos tab anymore. So I assume it's the same one. They sent it out 22,000 people or something. I don't remember what he'd said. A lot more people than the last one, based on my complaint that it didn't cause a draft run. And this one, we've got Liam, over here on the left who took chase over. Bijan fell to BP. BP, you're super lucky. JSU in the middle, and I'm on the turn. This is just going to be a kind of boring one where all the sidekick stuff is going to get sniped as it falls to me. Oh, Shanty going early. That seems to be pretty common in these 5-5-5s. I don't know if it's people getting their guys or a lot of people who have. Yes, it sees here that I received 2 melee tickets. Other melee tickets, not this melee tickets, in my notifications. So that was the offer I had. Always careful of people like Yuta who have the Sims in their head. I'm up in 2 picks in both of these. Let's see if if Fire Move goes. I suspect I get one of these 2. I'll probably get Fire Move goes here and then probably Wix. Oh, Wix goes. So it looks like Fire Move here and then maybe we'll grab Stowers for a 4 tight end build. Who knows? I am on the clock here. This is unsurprising. Oh, CD at 11 is always nice. Yeah. It's not. A lot of these are the same people, right? Drafting a lot of them. Like my slows have very similar rooms. How close are we to filling another one? Only me hanging out here. I don't know how much Liam has or has not won, but I'm sure he'll tell you if you ask. I think if you are measuring purely based on amount won, I guess that's helpful for me. I've won a lot. But there are other metrics you should be looking at. It's 5 or 10 best ball slates, especially when the most recent one was a year ago. Come on, give me Stowers. God, I just don't. Winning, it's not enough slates, right? Like it is good. It's better than losing. But the people who win the first 5 weeks of, let's say, an NFL season are unlikely to be profitable players, just because there's so many more profitable players, even if they win multiple times. It's happened a couple of years. Again, I don't know. Yuta is a very different player than me, but also a very profitable DFS player. I think that you can be profitable playing in ways that are different from what I do. And that's really all that matters, is that you've found a way to make. It's all that matters. That's my underarm kit, and that really tickles. And I'm trying to do one last run here with a bunch of inputs from the sites that didn't quite have it in yet for the Marlins lineup. That's a very tickly little nose, tickly and wet. Everybody wants a tickly and wet nose. Right, 3 minutes. Let's go. Poker tournaments, sweet. Did play, but then he stopped because it was too easy. I don't know why he would stop. I do know that a lot of the people who are no longer profitable in DFS have moved on to best ball at some point. It is what it is. Definitely an easier field, I think. To be fair, I've also run really hot in best ball, right? Like, I'm up several $500,000, $600,000 in best ball, having, stumbled my way into third in best ball mania and a bunch of other finishes and high stakes stuff. It's mostly luck, right? But setting yourself up to take advantage when luck falls your way is the entirety of skill-based wagering on other people's football performance or sports performance. All right, I'm going to try to sit and watch this like a hawk so I can get these lineups in and not worry that I fuck something up. Fairness creates luck, indeed. mean, I do discount results, right? The process is what matters, and the results will flow from a good process. It doesn't mean that not the observation of results is useful in adjusting priors and stuff, but it is not what you should be evaluating based on purely, right? Until you have enough observations that what you're observing is more likely to be due to single signal than chance. We're going to grab Michael Penix here, I guess. Over to Sean Watson as our QB3. Yeah, I mean, again, I don't, yeah. Who's to know? Who's to know? All right, let's see. How close is this next one to filling? We're up to 3. Feels good. This is almost done. This thing is buzzing at me. That thing's beeping at me. Everybody's letting me know that there's things they want me to do. Oh, flip-flop there between Surratt and Horton. Back and forth. Back and forth. Yeah, so I don't. Yeah, I mean, I'm not. It depends on what you define as a lucky top deck or having the correct, having a deck that has the correct number of counters in it and or is set up to handle the things gracefully early on, and so you're able to draw the things that matter, or you have the right amount of card draw, whatever it is that your deck relies on. All right, we have officially not punted off our MLB slate. Hopefully, I mean, more likely than not, we lose it all, but not because of any distraction-based errors. Garrett Wilson. Looks like my first 555, first completed 555 share of Garrett Wilson. Yeah, and then this is why, like, you just got to run it a bunch of times, right? That's why you gotta find an avenue that involves more than one flop of the cards, so to speak. Although I generally don't like run it twice in poker games. I think it's bad. I don't know what to say. Okay, let's have a look at this team that has a bunch of friends, or this. Yes, quotes. This 5 straight wide receivers. It's a fun draft here. As close to 0 RB as I think we're seeing these days. Maybe we won't even get an RB we like back here. Liam started standard, aside from the chase above Bijan, which is, if you have a player taking a 555, I've got nothing, no notes on you sticking to it and flipping players. As this one wraps up, it looks like we're going to have Hertz with Stowers, another 4 RB team, unless Halani falls back to us, which would be fun. This one is going to be a long time between picks, obviously, since we're on the corner turn-ish. Slide this down since I know a bunch of people are streaming this one. Close to me to getting another one. We're at 4. I do need to check to make sure all of these are here. And this is going to take a long time to refresh because that's not going to work yet. Once the currently winning pops up. Okay, I still have got 5 of these left to fill. There we go. Around 20 RB. So long he doesn't flip. Leave that board for a while. If people want me to look on anything specific in this one, we'll go back to the one that has everyone's favorite streamers in it. Liam, nothing I think worth noting. BP got lucky. Bijan fell all the way to 4. That's going to be fun. And then McBride early with the Allen drafter. This feels like I get your guys. And the 101 is where Jason something from the stream has ended up. Best of luck. This looks like a pretty reasonable team. Oh, Pickens in the second. Doesn't Pickens go at the? I mean, I don't know. Right on this corner somewhere. I think that seems about where he goes to me. People underestimate variance. Even in poker, he could be a small winning player, 40 hours a week, for sure. I think this is one of the things someone was talking about, like building sims. I would build out a bankroll sim if you were interested in seeing what level of sort of variance in your return per slate can bust you, even if you're a profitable player, and how profitable you can be, and if you're still playing high double-digit percentages of your bankroll, how completely fucked that can make you. Not unique though. Fair. This one is done. We'll stay here. The cat is unhappy that I'm using this hand for things other than petting him. He's really paw on. Here you go, bud. We'll use this one. We'll put you with this one. Be nice if we could get a third one going here. Only at 4. I expect most people are going to do these tickets with slows. But I think Garrett Wilson would have been Javonte Williams here. But since someone started 4 straight, this is probably going to, if I know the sidekick, probably Bucky, since Bucky is not gone yet and we need an RB. There it is. Sims are also in my head. Take that, Liam. It's like Liam did I'm in Davis's Discord. I saw this come up. I think I might have even been in that stream and laughing at Davis for having to argue that particular point. Not a thing that I would go around spending my own money on, but happy that people do it when I'm in the draft with them. Grabbing price. So 4 straight, grabbing 2 running backs. Yeah. I think if it was in Davis's stream, certainly I tend to toss him a view and a troll whenever possible. I can't remember if it's something that I've watched. I watch his streams back to you to give him views, so I couldn't remember if it was something I watched live or got to see in 1.5x while I was doing other work, or here in 1.5x, I should say. So all right, so it looks like our currently winning is working, which means I can go look and see what I'm actually in for to edit this. So we've got an honest DFS tracker. You're in for, nope, I want live contests. You're in for 23,827. That's what I said, right? That's right. Okay, we're basically just losing rake at the moment, and then we'll see as the game plays out how those update. Particle accelerator sims, you joke, but that is actually half of what I did. So you both build the detectors and the accelerators, and then you simulate them in ultra detail based on the physics that you think should be happening. And when you see measurements that are not the same as your simulations, is when you start to say, something is wrong with my physics I've used to define these simulations. And that's where you start to get either new particles or other things that we haven't discovered yet. In the case of the Higgs boson, we knew where it might exist, so we know what it would look like. And so you could put it there and have a look at it. It isn't that bad of an idea if you have a strong idea that a player is mispriced to get more different combos. Do you think JJ is the true 101? You should mix him in at your spot in the first. I don't. It's due to the projection, right? You're doing that because you think they project for more points for sure. And so now that becomes an exposure question, right? If you think they're the true 101, but you don't want to have 75% exposure, then it's a mixing frequency question that is about EV, because you actually think they score more points. So you're making higher EV teams due to the projection, not due to any sort of unique combo. If you think that they project for less and you're pulling them up, you're sacrificing EV you're sacrificing projection for uniqueness. How different is the sidekick from my job? Very different in the sense that I am far enough along in my career that I don't get to code many things myself, but rather tell other people how it should be done and do some red teaming. So I'll go in and look at stuff that other people have done and figure out what may or may not be wrong. Right, I said I should hide this because it's a stream draft. And so writing the actual code is not something I get to do, whereas I did write all of the simulation all the back end code for both the NFL and contest and draft sims. So not doing a lot of work in my day job related to daily fantasy, as you might imagine, since I can't really work in that industry without getting banned from doing it on the sites, and they won't pay me enough to make it worth it. All right, okay, Lemon, maybe we get Dak to come around, which would be kind of cool. Probably not. Do I push this here? This is actually, he's got Javante. Yeah, I'm actually going to do this. I've got plenty of Makai Lemon. This is the IKBs that we do in the 555 sometimes, where I'm okay losing Makai Lemon here for getting Dak stacked against someone who doesn't have it. And it looks like unless, yeah, there goes Lemon, which is okay. I've got 30% Lemon. I don't need it on every team. I've got 3,700 in exposure right now. That's fine. And I do think we would have lost Dak because they have the there. It looks like we're going to grab Fannin, who I also have apparently 26% of and about 4K of exposure to. All right, I should do a mental checklist to make sure there's nothing else I need to do for these afternoon slates. I think this I downloaded in case there's a late scratch. This has run, last late scratch I can adjust to will be at like 2 o'clock. So I will make sure that in 15 minutes we've not had any late scratches. And then it's just best ball. Let's go ahead and have a look at this board. EM133, BP also 133, but sort of flipped draft capital. Four start. What is this guy pulled the bride way up doing? And Allen way up. Grab DJ Moore with Allen. None of this seems particularly egregious. Again, hard to tell. Question about late swap in MLB. I might. I usually don't when they're this close on the starts because we probably haven't learned that much about things. But if I look at my lineups and like somebody has 30 points through a few innings, let me see what's going on. Yeah, max points is like 10 or so, and it's a pitcher or whatever, then I probably won't swap because it's just overfitting to what's happened so far, and it takes some time. And I would have to pay attention. Anything in this that I want to look at before closing out? Sort of looking at where Jefferson goes in all of these to figure out if I need to start taking Jefferson a little bit earlier in these 555s, because as I mentioned, I am pretty low on him, but not relative to ADP. I just haven't been seeing him. So where does he go here? Yeah, so I would have gotten Jefferson if I had these picks, although Monra flipping the running backs. Yes, I should. JSU does have that take. It's cat cleaning time. Don't know if you can see. He's in full preen mode. So this 555 sale goes until like 5 Eastern, is my understanding. Although I can't see that anymore, so I'm not positive. That's what my rep told me when he said this would be happening. Let's double check this and see how we're doing. I don't care about currently winning. I care about this Still, we're at 11 to 12. So once these slows start to fill up, I'll reload on the slows for anyone entering these. Some of this I just don't want to. I was multi-tabling like 5 or 6 555s at the same time the last week. Last year, due to some poorly planned travel. For those of you who are paying attention last year and remember me complaining about that, it was not that fun. Didn't make any mistakes, but it was not ideally what I wanted to do. But I also needed to like rip in my final ones for all the other slates. Let's see what we're doing here. Yep, play Quorum, and then we'll see if Kyler comes around or not. And who knows? Maybe that's not what we want now. Gopher won't know. Crowns are still climbing. No, we already got an air fryer. One of the rare. Nope, that's not true. The air fryer was a gift at a live final that we could choose from. Kyler does go, so we're not going to get Kyler. Who are we going to get here? Just some more running backs. Makes sense given that we started with 4 wide receivers. Yeah, again, we talked about crowns on my last stream. They get taxed if you use them on stuff not in the crown store. So at some point we're going to move. We're in a pretty small condo right now. Plenty of space for 2 humans and 2 cats, but not enough space for all our shits and 2 humans and 2 cats. And it's loud and not ideal. So when we move, I suspect we'll get as many gift cards as they will let me for various Lowe's and other places. To load up on whatever we need. We'll have to redo. I think we probably will rent this place out when we move. So we'll have to redo a bunch of appliances and stuff then also. And I think 20K crowns is like what, $40,000 or so. Yeah, probably still not enough. We still need to figure out other shit to do with it. Or more than likely at some point, the dice don't come up our way in the NFL Mega Millies for a season, and we're having a losing year, and we rip in the crowns, and they're basically tax-free at that point. Well, it's always hard to know for sure, right? Your last slate of the year, I guess, would have to be. And even then, if I'm down a milli. We're pretty sad about that. Oh, look at this. We're losing most of our money. I mean, someone we don't have is going off. I guess we're in not too bad. Let's check the... it's because none of our 888s are... Only one of our 888s is min cashing. It's not even a min cash. But yeah, no big scores. We're not worried about it. We'll bring that up to sweat later once it's all locked in about 40 minutes. Have a look as that closes out. I think we're done with looking at things in this draft, unless anyone in chat wants to look at a specific team. Give you guys about 1 or 2 more picks over here. This one filled close, up to 10. Go ahead and give this page a refresh to make sure the sidekick doesn't fall asleep. 5 to 12 in the big dog. Seems good. Let's see. JSU, 3 running backs through 10, but does have Jacobs and Tootin. Parker, 4 RBs, normal, pretty standard sidekick draft here. He does get worthy to come back, and Kelsey, that's always nice. You grab Mahomes there at 93. That's what you're hoping for most of the time. You get at least one of them back, if not both, I think, in the sidekick. One of the reasons why we like him so much is a lot of stacking options behind him, even if you don't have Rice, in addition to just being very poorly priced for a quarterback of that caliber. I think he's been cleared. Someone was saying in Davis's chat for like 11 on 11 once training camp starts. So you got to imagine once that happens, starts moving up. Let's see, anybody really light at QB that I need to pay attention. QB is usually pretty responsible in these 555s, so you don't really have to worry about it. So on the $25 draft, you actually have to pay some attention to like someone going 4 straight QBs in the first 3 rounds, making it a scarce position and if you are someone who pays attention closely to those drafts, you do want to IKB the quarterback sometimes on DraftKings there. Because DraftKings is gonna DraftKings all the time. Herbert stacked with Ladd for this. Burrow naked for this drafter, it looks like, so far. Love also naked. The one hole is in our chat. Looks like they've got Hurts stacked up with Goddard. Goff with no one yet, maybe. Let's make our pick. We grab Andrews, and it looks like we're going to grab probably whatever QB comes around the corner there for us. Stroud goes. Which is good. I have a lot. I think I probably have like a similar 20% exposure. And it looks like we're going to get Daniel Jones, which is good. I've got 14%, but only 1,500. That is about the right amount. Yeah. And Jason, do you actually spell your name Jason with a Y in the Jason part? My friend Jason goes by J, so Jay, but he spells his name Jason. All right, we're going to close this one down so we can keep track of our tabs. Getting close to this one running, still at 10. Let's go work on some of our underdog slows so that we can get those moving along. I should upload my MLB lineups to Sabersim so that I can get an alert if anyone in them gets swapped out, so that I don't have to pay attention. Like Kalani on underdog here too. Oh, we'll get to see who I grab in the Mastiff on underdog once I get to that. It's the first round. It's going to be, I assume, by ADP, unless it is going to be by ADP, almost certainly. Yeah, that's a good bit. Going for the uniqueness is pretty good. It certainly helps you like get your email address and stuff, right? If you like jasonlong@gmail.com was probably not taken, I would guess. Whereas I guess when I got my Gmail account, mine was also not taken because it was back in the beta when you like got a bunch of invites and then you like sent some to your friends and then kept some for yourself to register all the accounts you might ever want on Gmail. I have a lot of Gmails that I have to maintain in case I ever want to use them for something. Couldn't get first initial last name though. That I was too late to grab that, but not by much, I would guess. The Gmail beta. You can always count on Legendary Upside to talk through the things that really matter, like 20-year-old email registry, early bird techniques. I don't think I've ever had anybody email me asking to buy the email, though, like you would with a domain. Okay, we get CMC here at 7 and the big dog. And it also looks like nothing interesting. Straight ADP so far. So I guess maybe Taylor. No, I think Taylor is 6 there on the master. Question about golf DFS. I don't play right now, so I don't have anything live in that. It's something I go in and out of. The main reason I don't play golf is it starts so early on a Thursday that I want to be asleep and not checking for late scratches. And golf is particularly troublesome with its late scratch rate and start time. So if I did it, I would want to, like, if I moved to the West Coast or other time zones, it might enter my repertoire. Is that the word? Whatever. Enter my panoply, my set of things that I play regularly. Let's call it that. I will occasionally play. Sometimes they'll run like a Mega Milli deal that is good enough to make it basically. I got a notification that a draft had launched, but it is one of the slows, not the fast. So I think this one must have filled. I guess just me and McLovin sitting in all of these slows waiting for other people to join. Yeah, we've got 4 more, so I don't need to refire those yet. 3 picks away. Don't take my Tajay Spears. Yeah, so hopefully that covers why. It's just the time of day. Yep. So starting for our wide receivers, makes sense that we're grabbing mostly non-wide receivers for now. We'll probably come back. Going to grab our 3rd quarterback here, almost certainly, unless the person on the turn is going for a quarterback, which I think they are probably not. We'll grab Rodgers. Yeah, I think Rodgers is someone that I have 9% of, but I'm still a little bit low. I'm just probably based on what 5x5s have finished. Anything else interesting? Liam's 3442. Doesn't look like anything too weird. No pass catchers yet for Caleb. Malik Willis with nobody yet, which I suppose is fine. And just grabbed Cam Ward unstacked. Could be missing a Titan on there somewhere. There. BP we already covered, has Jindano stacked up with Terry McLaurin, and then Mahomes stacked up with these. How much projection per week would you give up if you had a first 3-round combo? I don't understand the question, I guess. If I had a what about if I had a what first 3-round combo? The answer is also not going to be very interesting. The sidekick solves that for me. So I would do whatever and just do what it says, right? As you can see here by me clicking the top person over and over and over again in these $500 drafts. If I had a 20x rarer combo versus the field, again, it doesn't answer the question, right? The problem with thinking about unique combos in the first 3 rounds is it's probably something you might want to think about or do a lot of if you had your whole draft, if it was a DFS lineup, right? And you were thinking about swapping individual players with a completed team. But you don't know what uniqueness might happen through the rest of a draft while you are making picks. And so I would be worried about any amount of EV beyond what sort of natural variance suggests you should do, or the sidekick says I should do, because I don't know if I'm going to get more EV than that falling to me in the next round, right? So the first 3 rounds, why would I draft somebody unique when I might get a very unique combo in the 4th or 5th round that has there? And now I have punted that uniqueness by trying to be unique earlier than I needed to. And we know we're going to get unique in the late rounds, right? There's basically ADP starts to matter less and less. And so you'll be getting lots of fun combos. Oh, this one has started. That's fun. Let's go ahead and open up another one. We'll have a look at this board in a second. Chase by ADP. So we grab Chase. So like that's it's the wrong question, right? The amount of, if you had a completed draft, you could start to think about the right answer to that question. But you never have a completed draft in the 3rd round when you're thinking about what to do. And so you are not answering the entire question when you say what's the amount of projection to give up, because you don't know how much future equity you're giving up and the picks that might fall to you. You have to calculate that to know for sure. And that's what the sidekick does. And so I don't have to do it as a human. How was I able to chop my world crop process so quickly before testing it? The field was really bad, right? So I looked at the field lineups after playing in the World Cup, and the lineups were bad enough that I was not worried about my process there. I am worried about the midnight start time game. So if there's a midnight start time game, I don't play I don't play slates that have a midnight start time game, because that we don't get the lineups until like 11 o'clock and I am asleep Eastern. So particularly on these, like, I wish they were running 100K to first slate still. They ran one of those and haven't since. I might also not play these current slates because I have not paying attention enough to know which games don't matter, which are like truly deadwood. based on how the first set of games in the group stage has gone. And so they're probably a lot less predictable. I mean, this is like, I don't know, right? I would have to write something to solve this, all else being equal. The question is, all else being equal, what's the right amount of protection to give up for uniqueness? Like, that's not, you're never in that position, so I haven't wrote something to solve it. Rotated something. It's not a thing I have to solve. I've never have a completed team where I am making a uniqueness swap. Where in DFS, obviously, you're doing that all the time. Every late swap, you have your full roster and know tons of things about the field and what your lineup could look like. And so you are precisely making that calculation many, many times. I would not, and so the only reason to take JT at the 101 is because you think that is the correct value to take at the 101 based on projection. I promise you that anything I wrote will tell you that you're an idiot for taking JT if you don't think that they're the highest projected player at the 101. I mean, draft capital is a thing that is pretty well understood, and it is not flat in the first round. And so it's noisy, sure. We never know for sure, but it is sort of directionally correct in ADP. And so the only reason you should be doing that is if you disagree with the order of projected players. There is definitely a relationship by how much uniqueness in general of an entire, like this is the like lineups, not players, right? That we talk about in DFS. Your lineup is what matters, not your player, not even your stack. It is your entire lineup and how it interacts with the field. And in best ball, you don't know your entire lineup until you've picked your entire lineup, which is why we simulate out all the lineups you could build from this point when we are doing simulating out the draft of the sidekick. So it makes the best pick given the EV that you could be making on average with whatever pick you make through the rest of the draft. Because that is how you solve a draft game. I think it's not to say, obviously, it sounds like I'm shitting on your question. It's an interesting, like, it is an interesting question that you could write a program to solve, where you would take a bunch of fixed teams and do some swaps and be like, oh, it's worth this amount of EV. But then you have to do that swap in every possible way that draft could play out, not just the current one that you have, and figure out the amount of EV that you're losing, which is what the sidekick does, when you make that swap. In all sort of probabilistic futures for that team, which include both its draft and both the draft and the way the season could play out. Okay, we're in the second round here. Derrick Henry. This is where we're going to have to start paying attention if Henry falling here is a mirage in these 5.55s. I think it might be, but I obviously only have 1%, and so I don't know. We'll see. Yep. 5.55s are different for sure, which is why we're sort of talking about this at the turn. Like I need to pay attention in 5.55s. If Henry's ADP in 5.55s is actually 22 or 23 and not 20, that actually means that I need to be changing who I take here, because I don't want to be under players simply because of what the ADP is in the cheaper contests. Yeah, I don't want to say that's not solvable. It's just the wrong question. Like the uniqueness of a lineup when the draft is completed matters. Uniqueness of a pick when you're making it is not the thing that determines whether or not it could guarantee that your lineup is unique, right? It does that, but it does not determine, like, it's not the only way that your lineup could get unique, and it's not probabilistically not the most profitable way to make a lineup unique, right? And you're not you're playing against 1,200 people in the large DraftKings final. Like that is a tiny, tiny field. Like when you're talking about peer-to-peer games, like a 1,000 person field is closer to a 100 person field than it is to a big milli maker or something, obviously, right? It's even closer, I would guess, than a 20K person as far as the way that you should play it. Again, I haven't solved it because Sidekick does for me. Yeah, I just don't know. Let's make sure that we haven't had any secret lot roster changes that Parker hasn't told me about. Nope. wondering if we're ever going to get 3 going at the same time. It looks like 2 is the number that we're going to sustain. I will probably keep wrapping up the second one slightly before the third one goes, and we'll chain these through the rest of the afternoon. Which means what? These each take 35 minutes, so it means I'm doing about 3 per hour, maybe a little less. So that means I should get maybe 5 to 10 in, plus the slows today. That's nice. Let's see. I don't think Gopher is like trying to snipe me on picks here based on what they're doing. But we'll go ahead and hide it on the turn just in case. And we'll go have a look at who's in this third room. Fourth room? I don't remember how many we've done. Fourth room? Feels like the fourth room. Probably the fourth. Yeah, fourth room. Fifth room? Could be the fifth room even. Razzle. Brewers have already started. That's actually a good point. I meant to do this. Thank you for reminding me. I am going to just sit in one lobby of the strong side to see if I can get these to run. Thank you for reminding me of this, Jason. I was going to just do some fasts here. No, not a silly question, right? Like, I guess there's no such thing as silly questions. There's just people who answer good questions sillily, right? I don't like, this is like asking what you prefer at the end of the draft is just the wrong question in a draft game. Like, it's not like hindsight is 2020 or whatever the thing is, but like, you are not making that choice seeing your entire team. And I would much rather find ways to get unique teams, and the Sims agree that unique teams you get because of ADP fallers later in drafts. It's better to get unique and EV that way than moving a player early up. I don't like. I would have to do some weird. I mean, we never do it. So I can say that the Sims never pull somebody this far up. Nerdy Tenor has done a bunch of like daily draft Sims. I think his stuff basically never pulls something that far in daily games either. There's just early on, the draft curve is just so steep that you are almost always doing stuff. BP, do I have a bunch of Brewers? Am I happy that the Brewers are windmilling it? Or is windmilling bad? Does it mean they're striking out a lot? I don't know. Oh, they've got 8 runs, and I have at best a 3 stack, it looks like. Seems not great. In the 100K to first contest anyways. All right, we'll grab Waddle. Slide you down. PP, do you have a bunch? Or did Awen lock them again like he did Cincinnati last night? Seems like a thing Awen would do. Lock a team and get extremely lucky. All the young guys stealing all the luck out of DFS world. Come on, DraftKings. You know where I am. We've done this before. I'm in a... Yes. Has it entered yet? Come on. Spinny, spin, spin. No one likes the spinning wheel. Montgomery. Fine. So let's see. Is Renegades doing all of these with me? Renegades might be the one person. Or maybe they're just always in the lobby and they're bouncing back and forth. Yeah. So I think Renegades has been in every other one, it looks like. So they are single tabling one. Yeah, I mean, it's not, at least it always works on DraftKings, right? Like this will, something went wrong. I fucking jinxed it. It usually always goes right. An underdog, it'll occasionally go wrong. Curtain. Now we're starting to get wide receiver again, right? This is the one we started for. Yep. So we started to tack on more late wide receivers. There we go. There we go. Yeah, which is, I think it doesn't like the location check if you click away from the tab. Yeah, not broken in a good way. Are you looking at an exposure check system in the sidekick someday? I mean, aside from visually showing it, no. Aside from making your own risk-based choices, your exposure shouldn't matter to you. So you should see it, but like I am not, except for, I guess, in the case where this ADP is not the real ADP, and I'm going to be making some choices. By not real, I mean it's just not honest to what the 555 draft like. Like your exposure is not, right, this is done. We'll have to look at this later. Your exposures shouldn't, if you're doing a correctly generative diversity process like the Psychic does, you shouldn't be, quote unquote, shouldn't, right? It is putting you on the right spot on a Pareto curve where like you are making the optimal choice based on the exchange of EV versus diversity in that spot. And so we sort of didn't put exposures at all in the sidekick. The same, like I worry that people think like everything in here is included. Like we know about QBs, we know about teammates, we know about week 17, we know about, like it's all included. And we worry about new people using the sidekick who don't understand that we take that into account, then double counting when they see that it's marked there and there. So similarly for exposures, we didn't have that for a while, but I do think that there is some cases where you like fire only one $100 draft and you're mostly doing small things. And it is helpful for you to know that you have that $100 draft there. And then it's up to you to decide, okay, well, I'm going to not click this player because I have one really high stakes draft with them. And that's enough risk for me on that player. But it wouldn't make a different, like the sidekick wouldn't make different choices based on your exposure in different contests, right? Because it doesn't matter from a sort of EV exchange thing there. Because it's not giving us, the only time you're going to get like 100% of a player is when they are so badly mispriced that we expect the sidekick to move ADP pretty quickly there anyways. You guys need to do a series where you draft X amount of entries into a contest, clicking top guy of the sidekick, same amount of entries doing top guy and ADP, top guy ADP. So I don't know that anybody on the leg up team would want to waste entries doing top guy ADP because we all are very bought into the way that we generate our rankings and the sims. And so I think you would have to find some other person who's willing to spend some entries using the ADP. Oh, do you mean top guy ADP or do you mean top guy selecting the method here as in the rankings as ADP, right? Ranking set, you can set the customer ADP. You mean pure top guy by ADP, that would be very bad. I would recommend nobody do that, even if they were someone who didn't trust the leg up team. Yeah, no problem. So lower volume players, lower max contest doesn't impact the EV of your choice. That obviously gets the contest structure goes in, but you're still stuck with your individual draft take. And so I would say if you're drafting fewer, you're probably going to want player takes to like your individual player take matters more to you, I would guess, because you want to have individual lineups are going to make up more of your sweat during the regular season. And I would suspect that if you're a person with player takes, you want to be sweating players who you like support. It would suck to not have that. I do wish that there was a way to make my like head pop around differently or something when I highlight these. Anyways, what is this a question about? In your case, it would block you from entering 10 simultaneous lineups, and my worker would enter a single lineup, at which point it would find me. Oh, we're talking about the location stuff on DraftKings. Yeah. Yep. Too many 555s. We can have a look at yours. Can't see the angels. Yeah, I know. It is unfortunate. Although this angel is just fucking passed out. And luckily, this is the one that is a nice boy. The other one is a less nice boy. So this is going to be our strong side draft, which we're up to 9, it looks like, in. On the clock in this 555. Tony Pollard. a look at what this team is looking like so far. And who's in this room? Because I don't think we really paid attention. Okay, Parker's in here also. I think I already looked at this. Parker's Renegades. Parker's the only one for sure I know is using the sidekick. But he does a lot of top guy stuff to get stacks and things, or deviating. Because he doesn't trust me. BP, why don't you trust me? Let's look at this one and see how the various people. So Jason here was in the chat. 2683, pretty normal structure. Sanders, you mentioned, you got him sacked with Concepcion. You mentioned that you were late on their third creepy in these 555s. So I don't think Sanders is a bad pick, particularly with it sounding closer and closer to 50-50 than was originally communicated, at least according to the rankings team. Yeah, Renegade does do some weird I don't know. I've seen some crazy things in the DraftKings street. I've seen wild things in the big dog streets on Underdog, particularly if they have the turn pick. Assuming it's the same handle on the two of those. We ended up with a 2584. Nothing really interesting here. JSU 2792. Trevor Lawrence with BTJ, Bo Nix with nobody eventually. Oh, Pat Bryant. Cool. Getting Burrow at 78 feels nice. We do get some Burrow when he falls, which is nice. I think particularly on DraftKings, where the bonuses come into play a bit. All right. Another one in the bag, another one we're happy with. It's good. Also happy that we're not only losing half our entry fees. Parker has no Brewers. I don't have any Brewers 5 stacks where it matters, but I do have some one-offs. Yeah, it looks like I have Contreras and Churu. We'll have a look at the lineups once things go a little further. But yeah, I don't have enough Brewers in that contest to be loving it. Looks like I might have Brewers in. No, I've got a St. Louis stack in the 2K. I know I've got one Brewer. One lone outfielder. Sucks to suck, Parker. Sucks to suck. Parker, you just doing all of these with me? It'd be great if you could do a little bit more top clicking if doing all of them. It wouldn't be the worst for me to get a little bit of exposure diversity as we go through these. Pretty like Debo. Wouldn't mind if you took a couple of Debo shares late. That was the stream draft. Are any of the streamers still going? JC trying to do 2, or is it mostly just me still doing these? All right. I think this will be FAF draft 6 if it goes. We're at 5, I think. 555s. Still waiting for one of these, and it looks like I should refresh this. 4 or 5 555 slows have filled, I think. Let's check. Yeah, I'm still waiting on 4s. I think it's 4 maybe. I think these 4 or so were entered today. Who are we going to grab? Mahomes. Do you think if Parker is top clicking, it is going to be difficult for me to get Xavier Worthy, or I guess Kelsey will probably get here, but Worthy falling back is unlikely since Parker started 3 running backs. We shall see. All right. Oh, I was running a back test on this computer that needs to keep running. Well, it's almost done. Only 2 more slates to go. One pick away. Kyler here. That's fine. Really like, I have so much Kyler on these 555s. And we really hope Worthy comes back to us. It's only an 8-pick fall, and so we need Parker to pass at 112. Just unlikely since he's going to be at the top of Parker's sidekick. We're at a point now where we can look at the live DFS slate and see what we are sitting some money in. Looks like we're winning some smaller contests. Lots of PMRs, so we'll check back in a bit. Okay, is the strong side full yet? I wanted something like the sidekick for my own process, and they had released, so the question for the audio listeners, which I assume there's none of, is how did I get hooked up with Corain on this leg up project? I had just got third in BBM and decided it was worth putting a lot of volume in this for the next few years. I think that was the same year that Whistles and I went and did was it a 10K, a 50K? DraftKings did a live, I think it was a 50K live draft at one of the MLB events. And Whistles and I did that together. And it just seemed like best ball. And so we had like a little bit of a solve thing between Whistles and I already for best ball. And it felt like working together with a team that, thank you, I've been brought dessert and looks like a margarita maybe, or ginger beer. Let's see. Ginger beer. Oh, no, it's not. It's an NA round. I think a Trader Joe's fizzy thing. And then mini Oreos, because we have a bunch of mini Oreos lying around. Now I'm going to chew on microphone, and you're just going to have to deal with it, because that's what we do with Oreos. We're talking about, okay, so I just asked them about making, and so they had made, I think that was the first year they made their playoff best ball tool, which was like the janky version that you had to like enter the picks into the website. And I was like, I know how to make a better thing for this. Why don't we make a better thing? And they were like, that's a great idea. And so we did. It's one of those things where there's so much variance in best ball that like making a tool is more fun for me, and making it so that I can get enough money down in these 555s accurately and how I want to, even with Parker in here sniping Worthy. I told you Parker's going to take Worthy. Gonna happen. 10 out of 10 times. All right, we are waiting on. We're at 7. Waiting on 5 here. I'll give it a refresh. Same number we're waiting for in the strong side is at 11, so that'll launch soon. Give it a refresh. I'm always backtesting various things that I might want to play with. This was, what am I backtesting? Different methods for MLB things. Parker might be done for the day. Either way, pleasure having you around, both in the draft and in the stream. Yeah, it's nice having one sidekick user around just to sort of grab occasionally the players that we're really high on to keep even being too exposed. But it is the middle of the day on a Sunday, Father's Day in particular. So I suspect lots of people are going to do these and bounce out. Here we go. Kelsey, top of the queue. And the strong side has filled, and it looks like I am on the turn here. So we are going to have to remember to check in on here when it beeps at us. bunch of no avatars in the strong side. This one we'll just do one at a time, but we'll just keep re-entering it all afternoon. After we finish one, jump in the next. I don't want to be multi-tabling strong sides. And 5x5 side will lose track of which is which, and that's less fun. DC Fantasy started the strong side. Nice. Is that DC the district, DC the comic book publisher, DC draft capital? What other things can DC stand for? Direct current? Initials, perhaps? Okay. I'm going to grab a wide receiver here. It looks like. Has Colbert been in every one of these? Got initials. Not draft sheet. Initials. There we go. Docile cat. We do have a docile cat. He is fully dumbed up here. Passed out and curled up like a little dum-dum he is. Yeah. I don't know. They have the promos for all the other things. I do think a flash sale would be better for the 59. I suspect we'll get some as we get closer to lock. It's just like not a very well. I think we'll see how many people are going to be autoing in this. The $59 take a long time to fill, and so some people might not be around. Still sitting at 7. King in the North is DC Fantasy, it looks like. So they're drafting right next to me. We know that S508287 is Jason in the chat. Lovely to have you both. Draft board is tiny. We talked about this. I'm doing enough 555s that I don't want to misclick because it's not the size that I usually draft out. I'm looking at both. Actual ROI is mostly dominated by how many times I've won 100K, right? So it's not, I still only own 3% of the entries in those contests. So I'm still only winning at, once every month. And so there's a lot of noise in that bink rate. But yeah, if there is a specific board that you want us to zoom into, when the draft is done or whatever, just let me know and I will happily zoom in. This is just so that I don't misclick while we're doing things, because this is the way my eyesight and monitor works. Come on, folks. Still stuck at 7 in this one. We don't want to be in a situation where we have 0 555s running. That would be sad. About to be up on the turn here. Again, this is the strong side, just a $59 draft. So we can actually just leave this up. I don't mind top looking with people on the stream. I'm on the turn. They can't really snipe me on both the picks. It's going to probably be JT Berkeley. A little input lag there on DraftKings. Okay, yeah, so that'll happen when I'm like, if I don't click back to a tab frequently, DraftKings kind of forgets that I might be something that it needs to listen to. This one, 2531, I suspect we're just going to be ripping in my receivers for the rest of the draft here. Probably 2 more, well, maybe even 3 to 4 more tight ends since Kelsey was our first. I suspect that it's going to have Juwan Jennings is usually near the top here. I don't know if it's either the 14-15 or 12-13, wherever he goes, particularly when I get Kyler. That will be top of the sidekick. Now, Renegade doesn't seem to have done anything particularly strange. This is a little early for Lamar, maybe. Lamar usually goes over here closer to where the Flowers drafter is. So Flowers went early here. Maybe hoping to get Lamar. drag this up. We can actually, I think we are at the point where I can make this draft board bigger. I'm never going to be multi-tabling 4 of these, it looks like. So we can go ahead and change our zoom. Bop, bop. That's probably as big as I want to get. Make sure to zoom this one. I do have big monitors in 2010 vision, which means these are like gigantic and like screaming at me. And this is the strong side, which we'll leave this up for. And we got to move this up here, this up here. Does this one zoom all the way in? Oh, it's so huge. It's so big. It's the biggest thing ever. There we go. All right, up to 9. Give that a refresh to make sure it doesn't time out on us. The other thing I don't like is like now the draft board is like I can't see as many picks on it. When we do this, I guess I can scroll this down a bit. You know. Okay, we are past the point of being able to swap anything, right? Got maybe 240 the last lock of these. Or is that game canceled? 235, yeah, we are done. No more possible swaps. Those. All right. Let's see what we get back. It's interesting that even though we only have 5 hard receivers, we could be getting some money back so they come back around. Come on. No, back down to 8. Cowards. Cowards. All right. What is this? Why are these on the top now? Don't know. It's a very weird resort. Upcoming. Upcoming. There we go. Now they're back on the bottom. Got 4 left. So I'm going to have to enter those soon. Have more slows. I'm sorry, bud. Did you get condensation trapped on your head? Oh, no. It's so tough being a cat. All right. Looks like we're probably starting at least 3 RBs through 3. We'll see if we start with 4. All right, you can go back to sleep. Chiron. Big fall on Chiron, I guess. I don't see a lot of Chiron here, but this is enough of a fall that we'll take him. Yep. Started 4 through in the strong side. Oop, McBride Allen. Nice and early. Anything interesting going? I can't remember if anything interesting happened in this. All seems normal. McBride early. Renegade just has very different from ADP ranks, I would suspect, based on what I've seen them do. This is a fun theoretical question. Pat Crane is they add someone to the pool who is like a dummy player, but if you make it to the finals with them, your prize triples. What round? I think it would depend on like what their ADP would be. Like, I guess it is, again, it's something that I could just put in the sidekick and solve, right? It would know what the impact on your EV is of that player. Honestly, I don't know. Triple your payout in the finals is a pretty high pick. I would guess, assuming it's like BBM, might just be the 101, and you get 0 points, but I'm not positive. 3x your payout for anything in the finals is a lot of EV, since most of your expected value is conditioned on making that anyways. You're basically tripling the value of your team, assuming it can advance. And so that you'd be finding like where that exact sweet spot is, where you're advancing enough to the 15 and 16 probably don't matter much, I would guess, when there's that much extra money being made. think we've got DC Fantasy suggesting round 8. I think that's probably too late, I would guess. But I would have to build a thing that did that to find out. I was expecting it a lot earlier than if round 8 is what people are guessing. My guess is it's a lot earlier than people would think. 3x in your expected value is insane, and so you don't have to give up that much projection for advance rate to tripling your value when you get there to quickly be worth it. Juwan Jennings, there we go. This was the round that Juwan Jennings shows up. Okay. We've got, I guess we got a ton more round of picks. We got like 6 more rounds of picks before this can fill. And are we back up to 9 yet? Yeah, spread 11. Let's go. We've got 2 people with single bars here. It's Brian and Bank Rickrolled. Again, this is there's some spot in the expected value the reason why this is a hard thing to think about is it's a thing you can just write down and find the answer to if you write the thing that solves the answer, because the expected value equation just completely handles that for you. And so when you're doing is it not fair to say that? I mean, we think that Pat is probably not going to end up on an NFL team, and so I think that's safe to say that he won't be scoring points. But again, I don't know what San Diego is going to be looking for, and if he's local and maybe they need a Pat Crane shaped kicker or something. I don't think he's kicking. Imagine I had 2025 projections but no 2025 results. Which results do you mean? Like no actuals for players, no actuals for what? Like no actual contest results or no actual player results? We want to stream a Raz camp where we test all for a couple days. That could be a fun bit, but I don't. Isn't that what? So you think you can tout is trying to do? Just not with everybody. This is a very valid point. Do not draft guy could be who we need in week 17. You never know, right? You never know. All right, we are hoping this fills. So we can enter the next one. We're back up to winning 20K. God, I think we have 2 high stakes teams that are flickering in and out of the cash line. So we are moving 10K in equity all over the place. I was about to be on the clock here, and apparently it did not bing bong at me, or did it? And I made the picks and didn't pay attention. I think those are auto drafts. It did not bing bong at me. I don't know. Here's what happens when I make that too big. I blame the size of the screen for not making the sidekick noise at me. Seems like a fair scapegoat, no? Draft board. There's going to be a 2 QB team. Almost certainly. Maybe we grab Penix at the end. I've been getting some 19th, 20th round Penix on these 2 QB teams. We'll find out. I don't hate these as auto picks. That they are almost certainly not what I should have drafted. Wonder how that happened. Just refresh the page. Maybe it's not hooked up correctly. AJ Barner still peeking out. No one will know who I want. Still waiting on one. Come on. Someone out there has just gotten the email about the promo. And they're like, oh, you know what? 2 tickets for a 555? That does sound good. Let me finish this round of coffee and go, what? Not getting enough pets? Not getting enough pets between drafts? Pet the cat, pet the cat, pet the cat, pet the cat. Okay. All right, Parker says I made the picks. Are you in the strong side? Cool. I was just chatting away then. I'll take it. Does Travion? I'm surprised I just don't usually get much Travion Henderson with a sidekick, or if that is a fall on him or not. Definitely made the ones in the 555. Parker, are you in the? You're not in the strong side, are you? No. Hey, we got it going. I am the 102, which is nice. Jump in another one. Enter. You know where I am, DraftKings. Thank you. This is a 555. I had AJ Barner sitting up there for a while. This 5-5 is not going to start for a bit. We'll just be taking top by ADP, it looks like. You can see that I have it like, where's this? I've got like no Gibbs, no Bijan, no Puka yet, despite being sort of at in general in these 555s. And I was going to look at Jefferson. Okay, 4%. It looks like Monroe and Jefferson are flipping CMC and JT in these 555s. So I think that's mostly due to JSU being in a lot of them who pulls Monroe up. But, all right, Makai Lemon. This one, see, I know I'm making the picks in the strong side this time. There we go. What? You were not being paid attention to? That's terrible. That's just, he just loves having his face brutally petted. Brutally petted, you little petty masochists. Okay. Getting near the end of this one, I suspect. We knew starting 2 wide receivers through 7, or 8, no, 2 through 7. Or really, I guess 2 through 11. This is likely how we're going to be wrapping this draft up. A bunch of these high upside wide receivers and filling in the tight ends when we can. Let's have a look at who's joining us in this 6th draft. Maybe it's our 7th draft. Certainly at least our 6th. We've got Gibbs going at the 101. And our board is Parker. He says this might be his last one. We don't know for sure. Parker probably has things he needs to do today. Doesn't he, Professor Plum? Okay, bud. I'm at the 104 in a slow draft. We'll go ahead and make that pick over in this tab. Get that draft moving along for folks. What? Apple? Big kitchen yawn. Come on. Get his rankings. Just came in here. You can do it. Here we go. Puka. I guess I could have just clicked Puka because it would have been ADP. Maybe sometimes he flips there. Back to contests. Hi, I've got some kitten hair in my nose now, bud. You've made it all tickly. All right, now I do need to sort of click into these pretty regularly to make sure DraftKings doesn't start doing things. Still only me now in this new one. Obviously, this one just kicked off. I don't recognize this. I don't know if I think there's a DFS icon that is something edges that I don't recognize. Okay. Slide that down. Slide this up. Okay, let's look at some other teams here a bit. 2573 seems fine. Started with Gibbs and went for, got Dak to stack with Pickens. Tanner Tolbert doing, I can never tell. He is drafting these by hand, or at least not auto drafting. Who knows what he's doing? Okay, let's see who we get. Probably a tight end here, and then we finish with 2 wide receivers. Nope, Schrott's first. And then there's Penix, as we mentioned. Sometimes these two QB teams, Penix will pop up. I'm surprised. This must not have synced my exposures. I'm pretty sure one of these earlier 555s finished with Penix also. 2 picks away. 4, 4. And all right, 2 so far. Let's finish this. Back to water. Are you watching the draft bot? I can't tell. Are you asleep or are you paying attention? Well, you're paying attention. There's nothing on the screen for you, bud. Okay. Could be Kyler. Do hope Kyler starts moving up because it's not that I dislike Goff. It's just, sidekick prefers Kyler a lot in these spots. On the clock in all 3. Jacoby Myers. Michael Penix, we knew was coming around there. This new one, we're at the turn. Henry. Should I take McBride over Henry here? We know that Henry's ADP is not where it is. I think I do take McBride here. In these 555s, Henry's ADP is, in fact, we think like 23, 24. We'll see how far, if maybe he comes all the way back around. Does not. And we get Love anyways. To stack up with McBride. Hi. What? This hand is petting you. This hand is not going to pet you. This hand controls the thing. This is the petting hand. This is the mouse hand. Petting hand, mouse hand. Okay, fine. 2-hand pets for a little bit. 2-hand pets. 200 pets for a very needy boy. Okay. Here we go. We good? Been over petted? Excellent. All right. Strong side. Anything fun? Allen went early. I think we already saw that. All seems pretty normal. Yeah, that seems about right. Sidekick was in fact developed so that I could pet a cat while drafting and do this. Great questions. So we could read the whole draft board. We have decided that simulating out the draft board into the future isn't something we want to do right now. But we could, like, we have the full draft. We have everyone who's been drafted and which team they are on could be something we do. It feels a little bit against the spirit of the sites letting us access this data, because you're now not just working, you're like, hey, you're shitting on people who haven't consented to be shitted on with a tool. But you are like you could very easily build a model for each individual player by draft name and turn it into more of a poker HUD type thing. It would probably cost a lot of compute that we would have to sell it for a lot more to actually simulate a draft room. Because we would be simulating every team in the draft and what it would do in the future rather than just simulating out yours and all those ADP and stuff. But yeah, it's not a technical thing. It is a choice we have made thing. It also doesn't, grading other people's teams at the draft doesn't fucking help you. Oh, sorry. That doesn't help you draft a better team. It is purely for you to make fun of other people, or, I mean, it's great for streamers with content, right? I think it makes a lot of sense for if you're in a draft with Davis and it's fun to have him grading your team and talking about it as you do things. So there's some entertainment value specifically for people who want it graded. And if I were building the tool, you would ask me to do it. I would click yes on your username and then it would do it. Because the same way Davis gets annoyed that the Best Ball Muse and other things that expose his history give people fuel to make fun of him, his tool does the same thing for people who are, not part of the public eye. Not that I think people are going out there and harassing people who look bad in Davis's tool. I don't think we're dealing with that sort of situation. But it's not about, I don't think the grades are particularly useful or good, but also I don't think that they're, it's a fun thing, right? Like people like having it done, and it is. I definitely see the entertainment value in it. But as far as Luther Burden, come on down. I don't think I have Luther Burden in a 5.55 yet. 6 picks past ADP. All right, how is this one? I really want to get to the point where we have 3 at the same time, but I think we're going to be stuck doing 2. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I think Davis is probably not a bottom 1% player. I think he's probably doing enough things correctly that that's unlikely, but I don't know. It's certainly not as good as when he was clicking top guy in the sidekick, or when he wasn't. Just clicking Chiefs instead. It's probably better for him to have a tool to help out, even if it's just a flock. Yeah, flock definitely more casual. I think it's great. Any tool or audience that brings in people who are doing less seriously is great. Most excellent. If you were about to auto draft witty marks, but the cat was in your lap, and you had to stand up to reach a keyboard, which would I choose? It would depend on the stakes of the draft I was in. This one is like very passive. I could truly like pick him up and move him somewhere and then put him back down while he's sitting in the cell. The sites have definitely asked us not to do this. Obviously, I'm not commenting, but that is one of the things the sites have said they would rather us not do is collect data on other people's drafts who is not the drafter. We shall see. I assume that they got the go ahead for it because they are a partner with Underdog. It would be silly for them to have not done it. And also, there's a difference between reading a page and scraping, right? So, like, technically, interacting with a page is sort of scraping, but it's scraping would be like an automated process where you went to try to like hit their API or drafted all of these draft IDs that you can see up here to like grab all the data without like being in the draft, sort of. So I can see where like having the data and grading teams within the same draft might be okay to them as long as you're not scraping a whole bunch of drafts to just get stuff. Let's see. I wonder if we get Trey Tucker. I'm going to take Tajay Spears in this strong side. Nope. Flipped Gino. All right, Gino, come on down. It's QB3 for us there. Yeah. Yeah, he had one of it's not, there's just a variance of the style he was drafting one of the years, right? So he is going to be clawing back from his super concentrated year where he just advanced a very low rate of teams. And so, when you're down, it's hard to climb back up to being positive. That's true. That's true. Not including whatever site credits were. Yeah, that makes sense. I would. Sorry, Archivist grade looks at player picturally at all. ADP values registration. Yeah, I don't know how you grade a team without some sort of sim process behind it, right? Like, obviously, we used to have, I guess we technically still do have classic rankings in the sidekick, but no one should be using them unless it's mostly still just in there in case sim goes down. And we need something for people to click while they panic. I don't think anybody had anything else they wanted to look into in this draft. We're going to go ahead and close it down so that I don't have as many tabs to manage. Yeah, I don't know how you would grade a team. I don't know like what you would use to decide what a grade meant unless you were just had a points rubric where certain things give you points and you add it together, because otherwise you need a sim to actually grade on an EV, which is what I think most people would think of they're being graded on. Maybe it's like a hot or not, where they actually send it to their whole team of little robots clicking hot or not, and it's just the average hot or not score of the team of interns at Flock Fantasy. Clicking a hot or not button as each player drafts for every one of the drafts for all of their subs. That might be a fun way to do something where we hosted a bunch of teams, we anonymize them all, and we just sort of give a plus EV or minus EV button, and you have anyone who wants to just go through and rate the team if they think it's plus or minus EV, and wonder how close the expected value of that wisdom of the crowd would be to. I'm in another one of these fasts is filled. Refresh this, or one of the slows, I should say, not the fast. Make sure that I'm still sitting in all of them. Jordan Tyson. It's a bit of a fall on Tyson, maybe. Hertz goes. I should go make this slow pick and that other draft. After I handle this turn, be up there in a second. Need to make sure that I am still here. Okay, still sitting in 3 of the slow lobbies. As well as we're up to 5 now in this one. That's exciting. Give it a refresh. Yeah, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. I was gonna use this to make a pick in this slow draft, and then I should go make some picks on underdog after I make the 2 picks in the fast draft. Non mini Oreos. It's cat cleaning time again. Might be Ridley and Dell here. No. Come on, sidekick. Figure it out. I am on our dev servers, and I think I'm the only one drafting, so it is a little bit slower than for you guys. So it has to. Nope. Did grab Tank Dell. Kate Otten. All right. Let's crank through these field. Oh, it's because I clicked on. Yeah, I jumped into all these and it spun up a bunch of servers. All those are still going. More drafts than it was used to supporting at a time. We've got obviously the specs on our dev servers are turned way down, so we don't spend a bunch of money when we don't need to. Come on, we're up to 6. How many more rounds does this one have? Yep. It's not going to do it. Maybe 4 more rounds. I always get optimistic and then it doesn't happen. So let's not get too excited here, folks. We filled up. Yeah, we've filled 6 through 16 rounds or whatever. Sorry, 6 through 11 rounds since this went, which means we are about one per round entering-ish, maybe? About 1 for 2 rounds. Math is hard. Shouldn't do math. All right, 11th round, 11th round. Okay. Don't suspect that we've got any stream snipers. Yeah. I think there's probably, we are done with cat time. Got too warm. It's very warm in here, bud. I'm surprised you lasted that long. All right. You can hang out there slightly on camera. You gotta trot off. Maybe we'll get some water. But you're really dehydrated. Okay. I am snacking on mini Oreos. I am generally a savory snacker, but we have a bag of these from as a dessert topping from something else. So this is what showed up, and we are grateful, and so we eat it. Okay. Let's see. Venom. Yeah, gotta find calories somewhere. I'm gonna up with a just our first QB here at some point. Maybe it'll be Dart. It is Dart. I assume. Kylie gonna flip me here at the last second? No. All right. Grabbing Dart. Interesting to see if we get off at some point in any of these. You done? Don't eat the cords. Come on, bud. Professor? Come on out. No chewing on cords. You gotta get a spray in the face. Oh, wait, you can sit in your basket in there if you want. It's like an old letter basket that is. No, you can't hide from me and eat cords. I see you wanting to eat that. All right, you just scratch it the rug back in there. Little monster. Work on the strong side. Come on. On the strong side, we weren't hiding. We just did anyways. Come on. You will die if you chew on those. They're made of electricity. All right, come on. Wander away. Off he goes. Where are you going? Just hanging out. Oh, the dryer's making a beep boop noise. Need to get it serviced at some point. This is the one we're hiding. All right, back to center. Okay. What am I doing? It's doing something. Spaced out. No idea what I was going to do. All right. Back to it. Let's have a look at these strong size that you're all drafting with us. Bank Rickrolled is also in our 555, right? Yes. Different. Wait. Icon? No icon? Different icon. I guess the random helmets are randomly different each time. I thought it would like map to the same. Fascinating. Today I learned. I don't know. This would probably be a good question for the Discord. If you're getting a lot of Keenan, if his input changed. I haven't been paying attention. I have not been getting any in these DK drafts, so worth checking in if you're getting more than you expect. But I assume something came up or plays around him went down. All right, did this finish? Yeah. Okay. Everything is fine. We're cruising. Let's see. We are at one quarterback. Holmes is gone. Kyler's gone. A lot of times we might have Stroud, I think, at the top here. Sometime, probably wide receiver since we only have 2. Where he's gone is who we usually like here. Oh yeah, Baker. We like Baker here. We'll grab Baker, and then we'll grab, I assume, one of these 2 wide receivers, whoever Rickroll doesn't take. I'm going to look at my phone to see if any of these LB lineups are going to be worth sweating. Dobbs. I'm going to grab at least one more side right here, it looks like, at the end. Up to 8. I think we're not going to probably get... We're definitely not going to get 3 at a time. That already happened, I guess. I missed it. I wasn't paying attention. Or I closed it by accident, and now we're auto-drafting in a 5-5-5 somewhere. Who knows? Jack Besh. Looks like I grabbed him once on one other 5-5-5. So now I'll have him on the 5-5-5 and strong side. And Charlie Kolar. I have a lot of Kolar in this particular draft window. Yeah, the other one must have finished. I hope. I'm getting like buzzed on my phone when I don't expect to be. So that usually means that we're on it. Yeah, I'm not cashing any of these teams. Looks like you needed Milwaukee and St. Louis. And so we're going to need some things to change to make some money in the baseball streets. Excellent. Happy to keep having more Kolar. Stocking up. We're at 8. Okay, everything seems like it's working as expected. Oh, I meant to go edit this fucking channel description or video description. Pull out the StreamYard ad. Hate dark patterns, and that would be one of them. Forcing me to put a ad for your thing in a description because I don't pay for your product. Yeah. No 5-5-5 caching, but doing okay in some random switch hitter lineup. Isn't this in my... Sorry, not 5-5. It's 8-8-8. Yeah, somehow I did not get any of that. It would be nice. We'd be in 5th place and have a sweat if that one had ended up in that contest. We'll see. Trust the process. See what happens. That away. All these Oreos. We've been sitting for a while. Probably time to do a standing desk. I don't think any of these cords are going to be problematic, but we will see. All the way up. Great. That one's getting tight. There we go. Okay. Back to standing desk. Hope you enjoyed that trip with us. It didn't get too nauseous. No more cat. Watch out for a bit. Been sitting this whole time watching me. You should get up and do some quad stretches as well, at the very least. Maybe a hamstring or 2. shoulders, neck. Okay, what are we picking up here? I wonder if this is going to be, how close is this to starting? I might try to sneak in a piss break here. Keep me up for another 2 hours of stream. Yep, I'm going to do that. We're going to make this pick, queue it, but not draft it. The strong side is done, so I'll go ahead and enter another strong side. And so this is the perfect time to go take a piss. I'll be right back. Strong side will be in this next one when it fills. I'll be right back. Wrong stream to lead you guys on. Apologies, I should have left you on the fun draft board to watch and not a lobby. Hopefully everybody got to stretch, get some water. This is close to filling. Also at 8. Up to 10. Excellent. It looks like we are not going to be worried about always having a 555 to do. Need to make sure. Yeah, I'm in all of these slows. Upcoming. That must be my fast that I'm waiting in. These are the slows. No, either or. Still in some number of what's. Oh no, that's the strong side that I'm in. Okay, down to only 3 of these left. 10 out of 12 in this one though. Let's go. 2 more, please. So, still very dead in the. I get 8. Like 60 points behind. Because it's like there's a 14% own hitter who's gone for 32. 10% own hitter who's gone for 20. Then Milwaukee stacks. Fun. Fun. 8 in the strong side. Waiting for 6. If someone wants to do a big dog, do something on the other site. Go through these slows. This big dog is almost finished. Looks like I need to jump in another Mastiff and eventually another big dog slow. Sadiq? I don't think I get a lot of Sadiq. Yeah, we're 10 pick past ADP though. Okay. It feels like it's about to be Debo Samuel time in the Millie. So 8 up to 11. Parker, you joined. You weren't done. You lied. All right, we got Debo. Do you really hope Debo signs somewhere so I can start getting some exposure to, that's a Boston Antonio Williams. All fine picks. Just need Debo to sign and move up. Appreciate he didn't do it today so I can get some more 555 exposure. But when I lean on this, does it like make everything fucking wiggle and awful for you guys? Can't. I'm so small in there. Parker. I don't believe it for 1 second. It's fine. All right. That's all right. I'd rather have it fill with Parker in here than have to wait another 15. Oh, stretch out the shoulders. There we go. All right, jump on the next one. 555, enter. Fast, enter. I am in an area that's allowed to play. I promise. I was the last 8 of these we did. This one's not going to be any different. Not going to be any different. Make sure that that's happened. Okay. So we know Parker's in here somewhere. Where's Parker? Right there. This might be Ian. Renegades. All to the right of me. That's okay. Parker's going to get a lot of the value that way. I'll go the other way. Everyone gets to play happily together. Ooh. Stretch out. Sucks to be old. Oh. All right. How many more of these do you think we're going to get filled before? Oh, somebody else is already in this one. Omar, 25641. Is someone who's in the rest of these already? Nope. So we're still getting people sort of entering with the promo that they got, which is what we want. I don't think I want to just sit these if it's a bunch of people who drafted on the other Sunday, but it seems good to get in a few drafts here where it's people flying their only bullet. We'll get some reaches, some people doing some other thing. Oh, it's so big. Everything's so big on screen. Okay, refresh. Let's see. I was slightly above CMC here for a second, but it looks like JSN as expected. Guess I didn't realize that Amon-Ra had pipped JT. Let's See if we get tanked out here. Maybe Ted Hurst on the wrap back to stack with Baker. Is this close to filling? Yeah, we're at 10. Yeah, share Judy, maybe? Judy fall? Yeah, I'm probably not going to get another running back on this. Maybe Holani late or somebody else that we like. It is Judy. Looks like I've only drafted Judy once on a different 555. Now we have him twice, both on 555s. This is more what I expect for the draft order, the Taylor and Lamb flick. So I just haven't been getting Jefferson going at the 10. I wonder if Tolbert maybe has him high. I'm trying to think of someone who's in all of these slows with me that would be taking him so early. Also possible I just haven't finished the slows where I've got Jefferson. Keep working through this big dog, Ted Hurst, for a 2-4-8-3 with Barkley, Javonte Jacobs, and Aaron Jones. I'm that big dog so far. Okay. So this is probably a spot where I don't take A-Chan if that's who's there for me, just because I know that A-Chan is falling to the 22 and 23 in these 555s all the time. And so I don't need that much A-Chan. And I'll notice that I have 7%, but like way more on him than Bowers or Chase Brown. So we will see. BP probably gets Chase. Yeah, it looks like I'm going to get AJ Brown or Bowers, which is good. A Bowers start. That's our first Bowers today. That's exciting. Right at ADP. Nothing to brag about, but it's fun to have an elite tight end start that's on Bowers rather than McBride. Slide that off. I don't think anyone's screen sniping in the middle of the board like that. Is this done yet? Nope. Slide it down. How close is this wrong side to running? Getting closer. Or wait, less close. I'm not sure. We were at 10 before, now we're down to 9. Hard to keep track of. This 555 is up to 3. Skilbert has joined. Skilbert has joined the arena. Let's have a look at. Yeah, man. I think we're very close to a complete punt in this slate. Which is unfortunate. I mean, not a complete punt, obviously. We'll make back a quarter or 10% or something, but just didn't have the right St. Louis and or Milwaukee stack. Which is okay. We won yesterday. We don't need to be greedy, but it would have been nice to have something to sweat the last couple hours here. Let's see if Parker, you doing well on DraftKings and anything? Let's see. It looks like Lunch Money's got a good sweat, and the Vertical has had a hell of a week and might be in contention today. About it for now. Still early to be thinking about an MLB slate, except for that you're dead because you don't have the 9 or 8 run team stack. Gotta hope something goes our way. Flowers. Like Flowers over Olave, it looks like, so we're not going to get much Olave in these 555s for now. Brazil. Draft board. So no RB through 3 yet. See if any of them fall to us. With the volume I'm drafting, do I project your odds of losing money in a given year? Are you diversified to the extent to be profitable almost every year? If this is about best ball, I just don't. I'm not getting enough volume down on best ball for that to actually matter much. I will be playing, many times, almost 20 or 10x. No, what's the right number here? 10x this amount would be 2 million, almost 100x the amount of volume I will play in DFS as I will best ball this year. So it is for me not really something I think about whether I'd be profitable or not in a given year. Obviously, the goal is to be profitable, but I will have well over 20 million this year in DFS action, and probably 200 to 300,000 in best ball action. Just like, hopefully, it's not what we're waiting for to have it right. If I'm hoping, definitely not this year because best ball pays out in 2027. But in a year where I'm sweating my best ball payouts as a way to be profitable on the year has been a very bad year for us. No, some year it might happen, but it is not what we're crossing our fingers for. Much rather run hot in DFS than in best ball. Question about the crowns. What to use your crowns for? Cashback or redeem for contests? Neither. You can see I'm sitting on about 20 million crowns. I occasionally will grab something from the Dynasty store where I will redeem it for a bike or some shit. I don't know what we've gotten from there past. Something from usually gift cards is the real answer. They'll do a gift card sale or something where I'll get a few $100,000 in grocery gift cards, or not a few hundred thousand. Did I say a few $100,000? A few $1,000s of whatever the cap is of, used to be Amazon gift cards or whatever. Load up on the cap of those. But right now, there's nothing that works. And then if you use them on an entry fee, you pay taxes on them, right? So they count towards your entry fee. They don't count towards your entry fees for the year because they are not a cash entry. But any winnings you get on them does count as cash winnings. So if you are a profitable player in a year, you basically pay tax on any crown to cash conversion that way, and you don't pay the taxes when you buy something in the Dynasty store for crowns. Even though the prices are not great usually in there, they're still better than paying income and various income, or federal and state income taxes on it. At some point, I'll just have to use them, right? And they'll change the value of crowns or something on me, or let me know that they're about to, and I will have to go figure out what to do with all of them. Or in the worst case scenario, we'll have a losing year. And so we're in 2 live right now, up to 5. This one is probably going to be done since we're at around 20 here, even if everybody took the full clock. Strong side is stuck at 8. We were at 9, I think. That's sad. And we're waiting for 8 on the big dog. I do need to cough real quick. Lovely. What happens when you talk for 3.5 hours straight or whatever this has been? Buy some horses for a tax shelter. I don't know that that's a good investment of money. Also not trying to do a tax shelter. Genuinely, I think that taxes are a good thing to contribute to society if you can afford it. It goes towards good things and affording services for people who probably cannot. And it's a good way to give back to your community. But I'm not looking to pay taxes on crowns. I don't have to. All right. We're going to get a wide receiver here. So we've got a 2, 4, 11, 3, it looks like, since we had only 2 wide receivers through 10. Rip in a lot of, looks like Jack Bush again. Anyone wants to look at a specific team in this one, I'll leave it up for a bit. Just ask me and I'll go have a look. But for now, we'll close it soon. We're going to just crank through these slow drafts so I don't have to deal with them when we are done. It looks like this is the same big dog that maybe wrapped back around to us. We'll have a look at it real quick. Probably do this for 1 more hour, maybe a little longer, depending on how these drafts fill. I am getting hungry for non-Oreo based food products. We'll keep going if we end up miraculously developing a sweat in MLB, but I think that that ship has sailed for this slate. We're just trying to get some of our money back. Could always have a high stakes team that pops up and makes most of that back for us, but it's not going to make the kind of money that you're hoping for when you have 24K on the DFS slates. Strong side is still at 8. The next 555 is up to 7. Bunch of names I don't recognize. Tanner's not in this one either. Is he just in every other one, maybe? Yeah, he's only single tabling. I don't even know if he's drafting bad teams or not, but it does seem to be in most of them. Oh, the money keeps going down. And the money that we're winning to go up. One of these days, we'll be on stream and have an actual MLB split. Jordan Tyson. Sounds like we're all set with this one. Quickly slowly scroll through. So anyone wanted to look at a specific team, they can do it now. Ba-da, 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 ba-da. Yeah, 2, 4, 11, 3. It's fun. I think we probably would have ended up with another quarterback here if these all didn't go before us in each of these rounds. But Penix must have gone. Oh, no. Did Penix go? Penix went before it came back to us. We usually get 18, 19, 20. So we'll grab Penix if we only have 2 QBs. Sometimes. Obviously not all the time. Looks like if a Texas stack that if it goes off maybe has some legs, kind of low owned, but otherwise, and they need to get to like 8 or 11 runs, I would guess, to have a chance against the other big game stacks that have done really well. What if I should write? I don't know how much streaming I'm going to keep doing, but if I do more of this, should write a program that does an EV calc here rather than just what I'm actively winning. Sorry, C-Money, probably live for these days. You can get this many going. Yeah, we'll see if I want to stream them all. I'd much rather maybe hang out on the couch and play some video games while I make the clicks, hang with the wife, play something. Thing. Shady, at what point does a tool like SaberSim, I assume, become cannibalized by its own popularity? If most of the field is running the same sims, are the users really gaining an edge? I don't know that there's any contests out there where the percentage of users running SaberSim is enough for that to matter. And it's, I think, probably one of the most popular DFS sims out there. Everybody always overestimates what the fraction of people doing smart things in peer-to-peer games is. Mackay Lemon, I don't see why not. What does this team look like so far? Yeah, so obviously there is a point, but it's like not, that's like just for people who are clicking build on SaberSim and just crossing their fingers to hope to make money, right? If you're making any sort of changes to projections or players or whatever it is, does your cat try to eat something it shouldn't? No. Felt like I saw something move. I think it was just that computer flickering at me. Yeah, there's a point, but I think it's like so far off that it's not likely what's happening. There's just, pay attention to make sure that you're not in a contest that's full of people all using the same projection systems, because then you're just all paying the rake to each other. But in the bigger contests, for sure, or the ones that are higher stakes, where there's more people who are doing various things, they're harder to beat, but they're also less people all just hit and play in something. I swear to God, there's like something moving around over here. Oh no, I'm hearing the Sundays are for chorin, so the dryer's running and something back there, and it making me think that there's a creature moving about. Okay, how are we doing here? Getting close, up to 9. I think we were at 9 last time I checked. Shouldn't be too excited. And the strong side is here, still at 8. I think if we ever get to a point where they're not filling back to back, like if I have to wait for this one, we will wait for this one to fill, and it'll be the last one. But I don't think that'll happen. I think we can keep chaining these through until 4:30 or 5. 241 or 0241 through this. Second running back. Come on, guy. Yeah. Any interesting teams? McBride's super early, right? This is, Renegade does this a lot. So you're just going to have a lot less McBride, I think, in these 5x5s with Renegade pulling him all the way up. I think at some point I should just click through all my completed 5x5s and be like, okay, where are these players taking these? And what is that doing to like the ADP in these rooms for people who are in like every other one of my rooms all summer? Because like I do want McBride, and if McBride is always going 19 to 14 in these 5x5s, I need to figure out a way to get some. The sidekick is going to think that that's not the right blending rate. Hampton Genty. Barkley fell to the Jefferson drafter here a little bit. Lamar Burrow with no wide receivers. Very interesting things Renegades is doing. I don't know if it's good or bad, but it certainly makes the draft rooms different every time you're in one with them rather than someone else. All right, I'm going to make this pick and then go get some water. Because we are out. Okay, I will leave the board up though, so that we have something fun to watch. And we get Dart stacked up with Scatterboo, Scootaboo, Scooty-Boo. All right, I'll be right back. I'll go refill the water. I did it again. I said I wasn't going to do this, and I fucking did it again. Here we go. I meant to walk away with this as the draft thing that was up, and I was like checking on things to make sure it was okay to wander away, and I didn't think about all of you. All right, we're up to 10. 2 more left for this next 5x5. Excellent. Good fill rate. Appreciate DraftKings for doing this promo on a Sunday when I was able to do a bunch of these. Been sad if it was a day I had plans. Should text my father. The old happy Father's Day. Sent him an email. Didn't hear back. That's not really a start to a good story, is it? There we go. Son duties handled. Who got one RB? Scatterbro, you got one RB there. Sure, we're talking about something that I mentioned and then completely spaced out that I had talked about. Who has one? Everybody has some. No, I missed it. Let's see who we want. $1. Interesting. I wonder if we're going to stop it. We'll probably grab one more RB at least here. Let's do a 10. Oh, I need to check these. So I need to jump in a bunch more slows. Still have 2 more to fill here. And this fucking Lux box is never going to fill, is it? Yeah. I got something's up in my shoulder. I'm not sure how to fix it. I can't grab my hands behind my back. It's like a little tweak tight back there. It's hard to stretch. Not sure what's happening. Slept on my shoulder wrong or something. Okay. All done with you. Oh no, there was a secret Oreo. It was hiding on the inside. Oh. Crafty little Oreo. Banged my knee though. Wow. Love me in that chair. It's pokey. Yeah, you might end up with 3 RBs here. Wouldn't surprise me. Come on, click the button. We'll probably get another one. Take some of these. Thank you. It smells like an old-fashioned, maybe. No, it's got something carbonated in it. I wonder what that is. Good. Luke is asking, am I ever looking at Saberson's post-contest sims to evaluate your lineups? I have my own. I mean, I am occasionally looking at them to see what stuff is like, see what another source out there thinks my lineups is. But I have my own stuff for looking at everything. Right? It's really important if you're going to sort of have your own things, have your own ways of evaluating how you're doing and making changes, all those sorts of things. Okay, we're going to sit back down, which means everyone's going to come for a lovely trip. As we slowly try not to break anything or cut any of the wires. Whee! All right, we are sort of back. Check in on the stuff that was running. All set there, all set there, all set there. Let's see. Somebody else got the leg up support issue, so we're back to good. And this one has started. Hooray! Let's go ahead and enter the next one. RTA is banned on poker sites. You think the same will happen for best ball? I suspect not. It's just a very different thing, right? You're sort of preventing somebody, like the same way overlays are allowed that track people's rates and ways to do things. I think you're just going to have this there, and it's like not the same dynamics. And they need to focus on growing the games and making it approachable. And one of those things that makes that happen is, or lets that happen. Sam Darnold is fun. Who we have that with? Jason, great. Yeah, I just not in their interest to ban them, particularly since it's within their terms of service, right? So they would have to change their terms of service, and that's a whole legal thing, particularly when they have partners, not like up. They probably don't care too much, but they large partners with other like Flock and all of them. It would make it there, and it's like obviously it's a thing that's okay in DFS, right? And that's the same thing. Using math to make your process better. At the same time, you're making choices. I think there's enough. There's enough ambiguity in the take, right? So I think the biggest problem with poker is there's a correct answer regardless of your assumptions, right? There's some amount of assuming what your opponent's hand is, right? But if they are playing GTO and you're we're taking Gibbs here, Gibbs was top of the sidekick, like we do with everything. And so the amount, like the way in which an RTA gives you the right answer is so dependent on your inputs in best ball that it's still about sort of your takes. And in this case, you're obviously allowed to outsource projections and stuff. So it's about leg up's take on the way players are here and the way that we've done it. In poker, that is like, it is like a solved, right? A GTO solver knows the right playing frequency for, there's like no assumption about a deck of cards. It's like just is a deck of cards. So you're not conditioning that input on something else, which is why I think it's really unlikely that the sites do anything for best ball. Obviously, we think it's a good thing to have. Like, it's one of the reasons why Sacrilegious and Pat do some IKBs way more than I do. They have player opinions and things that are a little bit different from the way we run the consensus to do the sims. And so they'll have spots where they'll do different things. That's still how you want to use. If you're like me and you just don't know anything about football, then this is what you want to do. But if you have thoughts, I think having a tool that helps you navigate those thoughts, come on. I am still in the same place that was allowed to play last time I entered here. I'm going to have to refresh the page. I think it's hung. Whenever we leave this page, you just like stay on it for 20 seconds or whatever. I should write DraftKings about that. Let me actually just grab this screenshot. Send an email into them. Shouldn't have to sit here for this long. I don't have to do it for DFS uploads. Gotta click away because I'm on the clock. There we go. Now we're grabbing some more RBs on this team. Come on, let us in. Yeah, not go and chase. Even if you double dog dared me, we would be following the top of the sidekick. All right. Min Man. Okay. The sidekick thinks we've done a decent job catching up a little bit at RB here by grabbing Samson. So we're probably going to fill back in some tight end points and then just grab best available at flex, I suspect, is what we're at now. Usually everybody we're grabbing is mostly competing for flex points for the rest of the draft. And so it's just going to keep, by flex points, I mean flex EV, obviously, not projected points. J. Barner to stack up with Darnold and JSN. What am I looking for? I was doing something right. I was looking over here to send this thing so I could have a look and see if I should jump in and look at any of the things. McBride fell all the way. That's fun. Does that mean that, yeah, Renegade isn't in here? It's like a dead giveaway, huh? We're going to get Gibbs and somebody else. And then Rice. I'll send it on its way. I have a lot of time between picks in that one, being on the turn. I will jump in there. I was trying to send this fucking Discord message. Okay. Sent. All right. Complaint registered with VIP hosts about this is just not going to run, is it? I should. Oh, hey, we made it to 9. That's bank Rick rolled again. I'm going to have more trouble getting these strong sides in than I am these 5s, I think, this summer. I think they just run at random times because it's random people jumping in. Like, I'm not going to sit in slows here. To do it, and it means that I hopefully can get 150 in, but maybe I won't. Right, so this one is shaping up to be just a hyper fragile. Maybe we'll track on the 5th or 6th running back here towards the end. Got 5 more rounds to figure it out. Not too surprised. We did get 2 of our first 5 round picks on running backs, so it's mostly just going to balance that out with the elite tight end stuff. Probably would have had Keenan Allen top there, but we're going to get Pat Freiermuth, or not Keenan Allen, Katron Allen. K. Allens, too many of them. Right, got to grab Freiermuth. It looks like we're sort of probably position agnostic. We're probably, I guess, if either of these running backs falls back to us in the round 18, we might grab them, but they probably won't. Let's have a look at this one that just kicked off. Anything interesting? All right. Chase above Bijan. Someone was listening to the taunt in the chat, right? It looks like Skilbert listened to Rudy here. Who else got pulled up? Like JT falling here. Barkley got pulled up, but then got taken with Hampton. I guess that's a little bit unique, although I think usually you get that in the 11 slot pretty easily. So I'm not sure why you pulled Barkley up there. Anything else? I guess it's because you want to go Hampton Lads. That's why you do it that way. Yes, again, I think we're in a lot of just like get your guys territory in these 5-5-5s when this deal is running. I think you get some people are going to fire 2 or 3 total, and they're like, okay, well, I like this player, and so I'm going to grab him. Which is all right, we're going to grab Ted Hurst, and then we're going to really hope that Braylon Allen comes back to us. Otherwise, I suspect we get George Halani here to stack up with our Seattle thing. Although if somebody's listening, BP, Parker, you're going to take Halani on me. Do it now. It's at 99, not 210, so I don't get fucking baited. Parker, you also in this next one? It's supposed to be a Parker free day after the first few. You're not on the next one yet. We'll see. I guess you're not in this one. You are only in that final one there. So you only did one more that you said you would do. We'll allow it. sound of silence. Oh, darkness, my old friend. All right. How are we doing here on filling this one? They are slowing down. We're at 3. This one is through 4 rounds. We're usually getting about, I guess this is about right, 1 every 2 rounds or so. Just felt long since we're on the turn here. I feel like we're going to grab at least 1 wide receiver, maybe 2, to match up with our weak tight end and Gibbs start. And Burden's been falling in these. I think that's just some sharper rooms. There he goes. This one, I guess, is this my Burden team? Oh, right. I just haven't synced my exposures yet. I should do that. I might crash a sidekick with this many DFS teams at the same time. All right. Double tap wide receiver here. Let me see if I can get our. So if you want to sync your exposures on DraftKings, you should be able to just go to. You just buzzed. That's that one. All right. So I was on the turn there. Getting exposures. We wait. Exposure data saved. Upcoming view exposure. I think we grabbed it. Just double check. Yeah. Things look fine. Back to contests. Back to here. Currently winning's broken because I'm not on the contest page. And it comes back. All right. Thank you, George Helani. And maybe we'll get Brazil to go with Cam. I didn't realize we got Cam Ward on this team. I was definitely spaced out when that happened. Bryce Young. There we go. See, it's why. It's because I don't even know who plays QB for Carolina. And we get Brazil on the run back. And then the last one is probably a tight end. We like 4 tight ends a lot on DraftKings, even elite, just tight ends in these last couple of rounds. We seem to think are just likely to add more points. Oh, hey, we're up to 10K. That's a better number than 6K. Is that a good lineup, or is it just some random high stakes thing plopping over the cash line? Oh no, okay, we're more min caches. It looks like we're gonna easily clear 200 on a fucking baseball slate. And it's not with players that I have. Yeah, I am 80 points back of first place. Lunch money. It's kind of running away with this. What did Lunch Money play? Yeah, it's just a St. Louis stack with the right Texas one-offs. Yep, sometimes that just happens. And we don't have that. Have a look over there in a second at what we're sweating. If we're not on the clock, it's just going to run. Hey, we're up to 10 in the strong side. Go ahead and jump in the $59 draft if you want to hang out for the last hour or so. Nope, we did not get to get Brazil. Somebody else took Brazil over there. That's fine. We didn't want him anyways. Yeah, okay. Not as detail. So they get 4. Come on. Come on. I guess if we're doing about 1 every 2 rounds. I don't. Outsourcing is different, so I don't know anything about it, but I certainly trust what the data says. So the question is, since you admittedly don't know much about football, assuming you outsource your TFS NFL projections weekly, I don't use my brain to make any of the projections. But that's not to say that I don't have something that I trust that finds the right amount of projection. The same way that this baseball slate, I did nothing except for raise the weather risk of the Cubs game before that got PPT'd. I did have my fingers on the scale a lot of times for weather in MLB, but yes, I outsource it, but I outsource it to mathematical models. If the models I'm using look really wrong, I will sanity check and do some stuff. Some of it relies on industry stuff to sanity check and make sure that what I'm doing seems right, particularly in like weird situations like I did for MLB. We had to make, and if you weren't paying attention to MLB, this doesn't make sense, but Oakland was playing in Vegas, in a Vegas minor league park for a week to sort of tease the fact that the team is moving to Vegas in some number of years. And that park was an absolute fucking shit show. Like, I don't know, 20 might have been the median score of a game at that park. It was absolutely insane to play. Like, it was absurd that they did that for a week. It like messes up all of the stats and all of the modeling of everything. And so in that case, I like, okay, so like what's the rest of the world think this insane moonball park is going to do? Because biggest mistake is to be like way out over your skis on something. Hey, Charlie Kolar, come on down. It would be real embarrassing if we don't believe in that in another week or so. I'm giving the amount that I've drafted today. Let's go ahead and get through some slow drafts. But yeah, I mean, the outsource in the sense that I don't like go in and be like, I watched a bunch of tape and have this opinion of something that should happen. I don't do that. I know Sacrilegious does a lot of that. It's not my game. If the math isn't giving me the answers, then it's probably not a week that I'm going to win. Or a year that I'm going to win in the case of best ball, right? Fortunately for me, math correctly answers most of the questions you might have about a range of outcomes for a bunch of people playing sports. Or it has so far, who knows? I don't want to jinx it for some wood. Don't want to jinx yourself midway through a career and betting on those sorts of outcomes. Hubris and all that. All right, how are we doing? I hope we're up to 5 at least. Oh, wow. Smoked past 5. We're all the way up to 7 in this. Next 5. This one's done. We'll go over my team real quick. Hey, Chad. Good to see you. Are you still off the national park? I don't remember which one you were in. You were maybe in... was it Arches, Yosemite, one of the West Coast's lovely parks. I'm glad you've been listening. Hope you've enjoyed it. And I have not been servicing the audio listeners, which I guess really makes me feel bad knowing that someone has been an audio listener so far today without me doing a whole lot of this hanging out. Yeah, glad you're enjoying the stream. I look forward to hanging out with you again 8:30s whenever you're back. Enjoying your time off. So, Chad Candles has a lovely, if you're not familiar, lovely stream, 8:30s most weekdays, which is when I'm like, I've checked in with work for the first time. I'm like dealing with emails, nice, chill, sort of logical background streamer who I love to have on, and also chirp in the chat occasionally when appropriate. OTR asks, weekly winners drafts have been a blast with the sidekick, but they fun builds. Yeah, I do. Maybe we'll close out with a weekly winners or something, depending on, these don't feel like they're slowing down in the 555s, and I really mostly need to focus on those. But yeah, the weekly winners have been a lot of fun for me too. It's just nice of like, it's one of those things where like, oh yeah, the product is working because it does different things because the payouts are so different and the things you need to win money in that is so different. Like obviously everyone expects Superflex to be different, so it's hard to see, but you know, ADP is pretty similar in weekly winners, but like the builds you get are so different. And it's like, and it's different in a way that sometimes makes a lot of like logical sense to a human, which is a nice way to see your little sidekick baby solving problems for you, which is lovely. I haven't done many sprints. I don't know if people have done enough sprints to notice if it's doing anything different. I don't personally know exactly what to expect in this ADQ landscape with a sprint draft. Obviously, we did a bunch last year with it, stumbling over the enunciation of those short syllables apparently. But yeah, I think, you know, sprints and weekly winners have been fun. I really like the Eliminator Frenchies. I think that they should do a lot more time box Eliminator style contests because they are, yeah, 2 minutes behind. Or I missed your thing is also fine, Chad. All right, yeah, Joshua Tree. It's lovely. I hear it's really. Were you camping or were you doing something else? I hear somebody I was talking to says it's really hard to get like dome permits or half dome permits or whatever it is for those areas this time of year. They're out. My friend's out in LA right now and trying to do some camping. I would have been this weekend, so I will find out if she succeeded or not. Yeah, Chad is definitely behind if he's just getting to the thank yous. I have not said anything particularly nice in the last 35 seconds about you. So we'll assume that you're catching up. But I will, yeah, see you tomorrow. It's always a nice morning on a Monday to listen to some soothing Chad Kendall streams before launching into the more chaos-filled best ball breakfast and other best ball streams in the background as I do my daily work. Okay, we're done. We're slows over there. This strong side is still sitting at, oh, hey, we made up to 9 over here. Topher and Baytoast have joined. And that means we're probably getting, yeah. And Tanner's in here with us again. Harold Fannin to go with Trey McBride. And then just get yourself a running back, the sidekick says. To which we say, okay, which one? It's going to be Jonathan Brooks, sidekick says, I'm sure. Oh, Kyle Monangai pipped him. That's fun. All right. Kyle Monangai. I'm going to go ahead and do the slow drafts that we see as come on the clock over here. Upcoming draft now. Let's go find it. Wow, this is one of these slow millies that is kicked off, which means I should check to make sure that I have not, all of mine haven't filled. All right, we do that here. I've got 2 more slows, which means I should enter at least 1 more. Let's do that now. Enter 555 slow. Yeah, no problem. Appreciate your candidness on these streams and some of your process, general industry thoughts. I am nothing but candid. I think I am fortunate enough in life to have both have a career and a hobby that makes me a lot of money. So I am able to be pretty candid about things and not feel like I understand why streamers or people out there feel like they have to say certain things or behave in certain ways. I'm going to go ahead and close out of this 555 unless anyone has questions after I'm done with this. But yeah, I don't, I am very, one of the things that you get as you get older, and I am very much in that bucket of older, is like understanding what things you can talk about in your process that is safe and like not private or IP, and which things are things that if you said would be problematic for your own sort of EVN process. And obviously I've had to change my definitions of that as LLMs and things have come around where people could just take something that I say and toss it at something and be like, what did this really smart, let's just toot my own horn here. What did this really smart person who's like making a bunch of money doing something mean when they said this? And how could I make my thing better? Right? I have to be a little bit cognizant of the things that I talk about and draw connections between, because I don't care about best ball if somebody figures it out. I obviously don't talk about the sidekick because I don't want people to reproduce that because it's a joint venture. But like my DFS stuff, I am very cognizant of, okay, I can say this, but I can't say this. So I know where to draw the line. I'm not going to lie to you about what's going on, but I will say like, that's a question that is like too in detail or too much about how I make my money. And therefore I don't sure about it. It's just one of those things that you learn talking with people, like mentoring and teaching people who are like younger than you and developmental throughout your career. You learn what sorts of things it takes to trigger people to come up with new ideas and things like that. And so I try to stay within the like teaching of of the space without risking one of my sources of income. DFS question here: how large a pool of lineups do you generate on a typical DFS slate? And so this is like not a fixed number for me. It depends on how much time I have before lock. So it's just a computational cost, which I control. And I know like there's no value to doing millions of lineups, although you could certainly do so. And so there's a different question between like how many lineups I'm generating for different sports based like NBA is the lowest number of lineups because I could have to have a, like by default, the safe thing to do whenever you're doing anything like this is to make your default in your code or process be the safest number, right? So what is the minimum that I'm going to need to run without editing a config file or typing in the correct parameter? And so if I just hit go on my NBA stuff, it doesn't run that many. So it runs like 20,000, I would guess, total lineups between the field and the things I think will beat the field, whatever it's, doing all those things. Sorry, I clicked on this, it went away. We're answering this question about pools of lineups. But then if I have a lot more time, I will give it more time to solve the problem, right? And so I will edit a config or give it a parameter when I run my code that's like, I have all my lineups. I don't need an answer in 5 minutes. You have 10, 15 minutes to come up with the right answer. Go do your thing for that approximate amount of time. So I think the advantage is clearly I have something that works very quickly. So if there's news that is important, you can get a very quickly correct directional answer. If you have longer, then you let it go longer and solve a problem more accurately. And I have that advantage because I write my own stuff, but you could do the same thing on any of the provider sites, right? If you were on Run the Sims and you're using like the Shady Portfolio Optimizer or whatever, you can set the size of your pool, you can set the size of your field. All of those things are like trying to get you more directionally correct towards whatever that site's correct answer would be. And if you're short on time, you should make those numbers all very small so you have something that is at least directionally correct. You don't have a ton of time before stuff locks. All right, this one is filled. Can I get in the next one? I wonder if we're going to get, this might be our last or it might be our second to last, depending on how long it takes to fill. Entering a fast. I am sitting on so many fucking tickets. Let me see. Actually, I was going to look at this. Have a look at the number of tickets I'm sitting in for MLB. So I'm sitting on, we've got this 623. I've got 24 tickets for this mega. I've got 3 finals quals, 8 for the one. And yeah, it's like 250 or 300K of tickets, plus a bunch. I've only got one of these left. 2 of them left, one registered and one there. Man, a lot of money sitting in tickets, but we're plus AV in the tickets, so we keep playing them. And obviously we hope to win the live final. This board, who do we have here? Parker is gone with his day, so BP Colonna is not in here. Tanner Tolbert is ping-ponging, right? He's not in this one, but he is in this one. Yeah, so every other Tanner Tolbert. No Renegades. Blaze Don't Phase. Have they been in every one? They might have been every one I've done so far. So that is worth paying attention. Wow, they got Lamb to fall to 12. Who got pulled up? Cook, Barkley. You in the 12 spot. Oh yeah, we've got some numbers in the opposite order. So MCAP here in the 12 spot. GLHF friend. I hope that we are first and second. Because I don't know anyone else in this lobby. I think that's fair, right? I've seen Omar in a couple of these, I think. And obviously Tanner Tolbert's been in a lot of them. Yeah, first 555 ever. Well, good luck. Let's see. Question, I think about TFS. How your lineups are built is dictated by how you think your opponents are going to build for that slate. So I don't use ownership as any input. I think I've talked about this a lot on various things. I'm up in one pick on both of these. I hope these were both, yeah, these are both the same one. So I don't use ownership as input. That doesn't mean that I'm not the same way that I'm not trying to guess what the field might do, but I don't use like any site's ownership projections to guess what the field might do, because that makes me sensitive to their assumptions about what the field, like there's too many chains of stuff there for me to do things. But yes, obviously what your opponents are going to build matters to some degree, but it is not, ownership is a summary stat. I think I've said this about most times I stream about some various thing that someone has talked about, right? If anything is a summary stat, right, is when you take a bunch of things, you average them together to get some number. So maybe it's the projection, which is the average across a bunch of outcomes that a player could have. Maybe it's ownership, which is you take all of the lineups and you just average the rate at which a player shows. It's like that is a summary statistic of a thing. And generally you don't want to do stuff with summary statistics. Summary statistics are great for summarizing and describing something, but they're not great for like understanding or exploiting something. And so that's why projection-based optimizer stuff lost very quickly to sims. It's why using ownership rules and an optimizer doesn't help you win DFS, right? You're taking something that is a summary statistic and trying to do something at an individual lineup level with it. And it's just not a great way to do this. Optobro, BK Rider winning both the DK and FanDuel finals last year with tilting. I don't know. I was hanging out with Brian at the DK live final. It was fun to root for him to go back to back. Like I obviously would have rathered. I think I ended up with 5th or 4th or something. I don't remember. Something not enough. I was like dead, and everyone was passing me. But it was fun to root for somebody to go back to back in something, right? Like it was the same way. So I won the MLB final, and then I was in the NFL final and in second, and it was like a couple, like one Amon Ra catch away from passing Chipotle Addict. It was, I think people were at that point, since Chipotle wasn't there, rooting for me to go back to back in 2 different sports. It's just like a fun, like it's a rare thing that happens the same way that you like, oh, someone's going for a perfect game. And like, once you're not in it and once you're not going to lose money, it's kind of fun to root for something to do something hard and difficult. And so, we were all, except for the person who probably got second, which I think was Yuta, and he seemed pretty happy, right? Was Yuta second or was Yuta third in that DK slate? I don't know. He seemed pretty happy. We were all like, it was a cool thing for someone to have done. And it's a little bit different since FanDuel isn't live finals anymore, so you're not like going back to back with the same person doing that. All right, we're done with tickets. We don't need to look at our tickets anymore. But yes, obviously I wish I had one instead. But if it didn't happen, it was kind of cool for it to be someone doing something that doesn't happen very frequently. We've got an interesting question. If you just graduated college, what business career path would you choose if your goal was to make a lot of money? DFS can't be an answer. As the question, Shane asked this, I'm going to ask you a clarifying question. Is the question is if I were me graduating college at the time period in which I graduated college, or is this someone who is about to graduate college or has just graduated college this year in May or early June? They're going to be very different answers. So we're going to go ahead and wait for a clarification from Shane on, and the answer can't be DFS is what they've said. And the answer would not be DFS for anyone now. If I could go back and tell historical people, tell Shady when he was graduating that DFS was going to be a thing and as soft as it was in the 2010s, that would still be that would be a very good answer. Yeah. All right. So if they graduated this year, what would I tell someone? So when I do like C-suite coaching and other coaching of various people or mentoring, like I am a very strong believer in what you would call strength-based development. And so find the thing that you're good at, find whatever that, if you're not good at anything, I'm sorry, you just haven't found the right talent yet. But if you found something that you're good at, find where that skill is most useful and then shore up all of your other skills so that they aren't a deal breaker for whatever it is you want to do. And then focus on that spike. And so if you are extremely good at I don't fucking know, crocheting, make a bunch of crochet crafts, and don't get good enough at the business aspect of creating your own website and or operating a shop on Etsy or whatever it is, that you aren't like, that is not preventing you from being successful at the thing that you're good at. And then just get really like focus on that spike, right? The spikes are your differentiators in life. They're the thing that you are. It's going to make you the one of one in any given situation when you're working on it. So the more that you can find yourself in a situation where that one of one thing is what's shining through, put yourself there. So obviously I don't know what you graduated college in. I don't know what your goal is, but if you can find a place where the thing that you are best at, and this is also assuming that you enjoy the thing that you're really good at. Like obviously if you hate math, but it turns out that you're like really good at math for some reason, like don't go into a career of math just because you're good at it, because then you'll be miserable. But like as long as you enjoy that thing, I think most people tend to enjoy working in their spike. Just find a way to do it, or at least find a way where it can be part of your job. Obviously not everybody is fortunate enough to be able to make money that way, but it is certainly what I would recommend to somebody who's fresh out of college. Sorry, my dad has texted me back on Father's Day. I'm now texting him back. Okay, on the water. Happy to answer any more specific questions, Shane, but that is my general philosophy as a human who coaches and develops other small in the career sense, not small in the stature sense. I don't focus on any particular height range when I'm doing coaching or mentoring or whatever else it might be. Okay, let me make sure that this is not a support question that I need to deal with. It is not. Degrees in finance, I'm doing anything. Yeah. I don't know a lot of people who enjoy finance for very long. There's a lot of people who sort of do it for a little while and then move out. But I think a lot of the work-life balance in those teams is pretty bad. Question from Jared. Would I recommend AI engineering or data analytics or someone going back to college with data background? Would you say AI engineering, you're going to have to be more precise, I guess? Do you mean like training in LLM, like transformer architecture and like machine learning engineer type stuff? Or do you mean like prompt engineering and learning how to communicate to AI, LLMs, what it is you want them to do? Data analytics, I'm pretty familiar with. So just the first term, I guess, is what I'm looking for clarity on. We don't have a counter, but we are, I think, at 10, maybe 11, more, way more if we count the slows that have filled. So I've been sitting in the, what is this one? All right, this was the slow that I just entered. We're at way more if you count the slows that I've been sitting on that have filled. Oh, the DFS number is going up. That's nice. If you count the fast drafts, we're in hour 3. I suspect we're at maybe, this is probably 6, 7, 8, or it could be 7, 8, 9 would be my guess for these. And this is probably going to be my last one if it fills before the promo ends. I gotta go eat. Gotta go play some video games. Have a beer or something. It's hot. Some cold beverage of some sort. Actually, I do have a beverage taxi who I should maybe text to say that round dose might not be the worst thing. We'll see. If she hasn't finished her drink, then I don't want her to have to make and bring us more. Yeah. And I'm going to go ahead and actually just leave this big dog. It's not going to fill in time for me to draft it. That has been sad, but we've gotten plenty of 555s in. Hey, DeAndre Swift. All right, let's go see if that lineup that's popped up is something that's fun to sweat. It is not. Yeah, we are PMR dominated and way behind in that one. Why do we have like a random chance we min cash this 2K? Yeah, not really. We're 20 points behind. It is a St. Louis stack that apparently just sucked because everyone else had it. Fascinating. I don't know why. Oh, no, it's because I have the St. Louis pitcher who's apparently at -7 on that high stakes. I'm not watching golf in the background. I didn't play golf DFS today, so I am not watching whichever one's going on. I do know a bunch of people are sweating various things, and there's high stakes DFS Discords I'm in, but I am not one of them. I don't think golf is very fun to watch, if we're being honest. I would probably be watching the World Cup if I were to watch something right now, but I actually don't even know if there's a game that hasn't for between games. Yeah, -7 is not ideal. Not ideal. I don't even know was I the only person who played? No, 35% of people played May in this high stakes 15-person 2K or whatever it is. No, it's a 20-person 2K. So we weren't dead when that happened. But yeah, negative points from your 8K pitcher is a tough way to land it. Okay, Shane, get back to us. If I could have gone back, I probably would have gotten my degree in data science just because I enjoy that kind of stuff way more than... It looks like you got cut off by a character limit, and I'm seeing if anything else happened. Looks like... Anyway, yeah, I mean, so... it would depend exactly what AI engineering was, Shane. AI engineering, if it's prompt engineering, I don't know that it's going to be a skill that is super useful to get for a long time. You just basically need to understand that AI models are better at writing AI prompts for themselves, and then you just ask the AI model to write the prompt these days, and it'll do better than you probably could. So that specific skill set that people were convinced that you would need to know to do, I think people have figured out how to do that. But if you're talking about like machine learning engineering and like actually like training foundational models and stuff, again, I am what you'd call an AI bear, I think. And so I would not put a lot of effort into it. There's a lot of experts out there who have already thought through it, and you should probably be thinking about the stuff you enjoy doing. And it sounds like data science is much closer to data analytics. So doing data storytelling, data visualization, analysis, modeling, all those things seem like a better, to me, I would enjoy that more. Got an outright burns winner ticket. That seems fun. There are definitely classes in both. I assume you're saying AI engineering and data analytics. I think it depends on the level of the course. You could certainly get some sort of intro course on these things, but I think if you want something that goes deep enough to really feel like the edification and like you're learning something, not that you're learning something, but like there's, like a master's or something or a bachelor's ahead of it, they'll eventually deviate pretty heavily. There. Thoughts on the massive payoff structure? That's a great question. Let me go look at what the massive payoff structure is. I'm in one slow so far. We'll go look at that as soon as we make our pick. So much Makai Lemon on DraftKings right now. We should double check our ranges on him to make sure DraftKings is probably just wrong. But if I'm getting this much in the 555s, probably worth checking in on. How are we doing in this strong side? Probably going to have to withdraw from the strong side because I don't think it's going to fill before this one, but we'll see. Right, we're going to look at the massive payout structure. 100K to first. What's the total prize pool? Did they tell me anywhere? Yeah, that's pretty good. I like 20% or more to firsts. I think that's pretty good. What's the size of the 9-seat final? So you're at least making 12K, which is a little bit less than a max buy-in. Yeah, I mean, this is what I want, right? I want most of it in the top 3 or 4 spots. I want to, looks like I make money as long as I get 7th. Is that right? I don't remember. It was 16 max. So as long as I get 7th, I'm making money. I think that's good. That's what you want for a high stakes MME. Percent ever, minus 12, brutal. Putting $10 into $59, so I support the cause. I'm not sure what cause we're supporting, but I appreciate it. This is a fast draft we're trying to fill over here. And I'm not doing strong side slows. It's not worth it to me the way that DraftKings does their timings. Still out here drafting. We're going to do, this is our last one, I think, if this fills before the promo closes. So we're in 2 right now. And then this is our last pick in this one. This one is live for a bit, and then maybe one more. The rest went well. Nothing I've been shocked or horrified by. I do think I need to do a little bit more due diligence on what the actual 555 ADP is as the players. We've got some unique characters, let's say. So like I need to, or is this one? So like I got McBride here, which is like where you would expect McBride to go. But there's somebody in the 555s. Are they in this one? Renegade's in here. They are not. There's someone in the 555s who's been taking McBride at like, I know, before pick 20. And so I need to pay a little bit more attention if I'm going to have the sort of right frequency plays in these. And that's a lot easier to do when I'm just in my slows. So I'll do that. Let's see. It's Jacoby Lane, Torrey Horton. Jacoby Lane, last pick. Great. So this is just buzzed at me. Another one is filled. So one of my slows is filled. Got to make sure that I have it. I want to scoop those for the next 30 minutes also. And so this is a 2-4-10-3 with just Gibbs, Kamanangai, Aaron Jones, and Algier. And this is just a Gibbs, hit your lineup every week kind of thing, right? And we are playing through the other positions. One of these is like a low tier RB2, and we just go. Yeah, so catching the falling HN is I think a product of the ADP here not being real. Although I say that, and obviously in this draft, HN went at 18, right? So maybe there's just higher variance in some of these players that I need to figure out what's happening. Hopefully, I'm in most of these are going to be slow drafts, except for the end of the year, and I'm in a spot where I can sort of pick. I'll see my sort of exposures and stuff, and be able to figure out what's going on a little bit more cleanly. But yeah, he's not as loved in the high stakes for sure. All right, make sure we're not getting stream sniped. Checking on this. At 6. Is this going to fill? We are down to 7. I'm just going to withdraw from the strong side. That way I don't forget that I'm in it. How often am I going Swift over Henderson, Judkins, or Tootin, or is it a variance play? The answer is I'm doing it however often times the sidekick tells me to do it. Did I do it then? I'm not sure. Let's see. They've all gone in this draft, so I can't look at my exposures. I can look at my exposures in another tab, though. We can see, at least on DraftKings, how often those are. I'm not getting much Travion. I commented on getting a Travion share in a strong side that I thought might have been an auto draft when I wasn't paying attention. But BP convinced me that it was a real click, and I believe him. Right, we're going to go to lineups and look at our exposures. View exposure. NFL. Only the main contest. Apply. And the questions were about RBs. So how much Swift do I have? Over Swift. That's not how you spell Swift. Looks like I'm a little bit under, none in the 555 yet. So the answer is very rarely going those over. Trayvon Henderson, I have about the same amount, but I have gotten into 555. It looks like Judkins, I have a ton of, I assume. Yeah, 13%, 3555 so far. And Tootin, I have a ton of Tootin, but only 2555s. So, going to wait for those. Maybe it's a thing about where they go in the 555s. Maybe it's a thing about the teams that I've gotten there so far. And then if we look on Underdog, look at normal. If I look at exposure, running backs, probably more Swift here because it's half PPR. Let's see Swift, just glancing. So I'm at 5% Swift, no high stakes. Tootin, 15%, no high stakes. Judkins, 11%, one high stakes. Who's the other one? Trayvon. Only one or three small. I don't know. I saw I have $18 in entry fees on Trayvon. I'm not sure where from. Go ahead and do the slow draft. Do this, do this. Done with that. Looks like we're pretty locked in to lose about 2/3 or half, give or take, on this. No problem with the exposure check. Never gonna outsource clicking. Doing that is against the site terms of service, and it would be really dumb to get banned from DFS on DraftKings having somebody click for me in a few $1,000s of best ball drafts. That would not be a smart thing. All right, we've been in this spot a couple of times. We've got Kelsey here to stack with Mahomes. I hope Aaron Jones comes back around, but probably won't, to stack up with Kyler. We'll see what happens. Or maybe we don't even want Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones. After doing that. All right, we got Renegades in this one. This is the drafter who's been doing interesting things all day in the 555. Was anyone other than me paying attention to how many of these we did? We're at 8. I don't know if you have to enter or if the contest has to start for the promote account for people. Oh, right. I gotta check slows. Slows. Refresh. Make sure I'm in one slow, 2 slows still, I guess. I don't know why this one is here in the middle. Weird sorting. Up in 2 picks. Aaron Jones went right after us, so we are not going to get him. All right, let's see. I assume Lunch Money is still absolutely running away with this. Easily cleared 200. Yeah. Grab our third quarterback. Jordan Love, way past ADP, seems fine. Is anybody really needing that to come back to them? It looks like, yeah, maybe Jay Gomez was trying to set up Love as a second stack, but got greedy and took Shakir with Allen instead. Let's see. We would need, yeah, we're just dead in all of these. Not dead, but yeah, min caching a bunch of times. Should lose about half or a little bit more. We can get 20 points in this high stakes. We could cover it, but I think we're blocked. Oh, thank y'all. It's a beer. I'm pretty sure it's an all-day IPA. No, I think it's an all-day IPA. But it's in a wine glass, which confuses you. Okay. Lots of these picks. We're winding down. You're winding down. Stream's winding down. Sun's winding down. Let me check this real quick. Sorry, I do this again. I left this on like not the fun. Let me make my last little pick here and then go back to the fun draft. Come on. You know you want to fill. 8. You can do it. There's 4 more. Did I draft that year off polish? No ball knowledge at all. Leg up ranks through and through. And I didn't even max PBM. I think I only had like 50 or 60. I don't know. I would have to check. Yeah, definitely not ball knowledge. It was purely leg up ranks and sort of. I mentioned this earlier. Like Whistles and I had a very coarse best ball-ish sim thing. That we had figured out. It wasn't like a live draft assistant, or it was actually a live draft assistant when we used it. Yeah, because we were doing that live, so you'd plug in the picks and it would do it. But like it wasn't an overlay. It didn't. You had to do a bunch of stuff, and so we learned a bunch of things with that, and then applied it. I applied it that year in BBM, and got insanely lucky to get 3rd. But most of our volume is in these high stakes stuff, which you end up making money on each year, which is nice so far. Don't keep jinxing it. This cat thinks that I am the one who's going to feed it. It is wrong. I'm not going to be the one who feeds it. My wife is the one who feeds you. Well, I scoop your poops. That's basically what happens every day. Yeah? I don't know what you want, bud. It's too warm. Oh, you want to be a lap cat? All right, we can wrap up the stream with some final lap cat time. That seems doable. Everybody wins a little bit, don't we, Puff? Professor Plum. Up. No, we want food. So we're not. Oh, we are going to come up. Great. All right. Last 2 drafts of the day. We've got our little sidekick, and our fluffy kick, if you will, hanging out with us. But you're going to fall off. Your paws are like off the edge of my knee and like topple off. Yeah? All right. We're going to grab one more Cooper, and we hope Jawan Jennings comes back, I think, most likely. There we go. Settle in. Settle. Yeah. And keep walking in circles. Come on. Thank you. Maybe Travis Hunter. We'll see who comes back. Yes. Hi. What do you want? Want pets? Oh, okay. You can have pets. Like taking pets from a baby. What do you want? You want face pets. Okay. You don't want tail pets. You only want face pets. No, what do you want? What's going on? I know you want food, but you know that this is not the place where food comes. You just want pets, I guess. You rub your little scent glands on me, you furry monster. We just did this. Like I've washed my hands, I know, but I still smell like you. Okay. What do you want? Want face scratches? Okay. This is the wrong screen again. Got distracted by cats. Here you go. This is what's going on. Pets. You look confused. I guess you're permanently confused because you're a cat, but more so than normal. Yeah, those boops. Okay. What is it? What is driving you to confusion? Is it that I'm talking? Or just all day? This is like work meetings. Want to settle in? Yep, right back to it. No? Up? Are we leaving? What's happening? What are you doing? Do you not know what you're doing? Pets? We are unsure. We do want pets? Okay. Okay, we want pets. Pussy body. All right. What? You got fluff everywhere. It almost ended up in my over here. Look at fluff has drifted across the house. This is a hand. What are you confused by, little dum-dum? Do you want to lay down and get pets? Do you just want pets where you are? What's happening? I know you want food, but we're like an hour plus from food time. I don't. He's getting attention. Like, what is he like? Yeah. Okay. More face attention. Yeah, we're having a lack of understanding here. This Fluffin knows how this works. Cats are good. I would recommend getting 2 if you get 1. There we go. We've settled in. Atta buddy. Happy days. Travis Hunter. All right, let's check in here. Oh, we're at 11. Let's go. This is going to be our last one. I do recommend, although I say I recommend getting a cat. Not this one. The other one had a less than solid poop the other day and then left, and it like ended up in a whole bunch of places you don't want cat poop. Don't love that. Don't like having to clean up other creatures' poops. Not great. But they are very fluffy. Aye. Oh yeah. Especially this one. This one is the fluffiest thing. He was definitely he and his brother are brothers, as one would suspect when I said he and his brother. But he was the runt, I think, of their litter, and so he was very small and is still, a pound or 2 lighter. But for some reason, his brother is the mean one. He attacks him and does all the things that you would expect a older brother cat to do. But when they get wet food, which is like the best food, obviously, this is the one who wins. He like chases the other cat away. He eats his very fast little vacuum face and then chases the other one away. I don't understand. It makes no sense to me, given the what I observe is the power dynamic here. That's interesting. Schultz has popped Hawkinson. Is this a? Because it was just above. I'm going to actually IKB here. I think this is a these drafts sort of thing, where getting Hawk there, I think, is worth clicking. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Yeah, it is what it is. Hey, I got the DraftKings bug only once today. That's not bad. Having a draft launch and not catch it, and I caught it with 15 seconds left from that lobby bug. Only having it once on a, what are we at, 4-hour stream? Not bad. Not bad at all. Okay, we're in the home stretch. Let's see who's joining us for our final draft. We've got the weatherman who like kind of looks like can't click on it. Just based on his name. Ron Swanson, but the actual actor's name kind of looks like Ron Swanson, but I don't think was in the weatherman or any of the movies I'm associating here. Living a little, get a cat, I assume is what we're still talking about there. Any further news on the percent back? I think Coach Speak Index would be a better source of that sort of news if you're looking for it. I'm sure that people on our ranking team, this just 555 distribution. We can look at this real quickly. So my 555s, I got plenty of CMC, which we'll take here. Go ahead and queue it up. But then a Monra, I just haven't got yet. And then I've got Jonathan Taylor, and I've got one Jefferson, a bunch of CD, then a bunch of like James Cook at the 10 here, which is like unfortunate. Hopefully they balance out because that's, we will see. I don't know how many 555s am I in so far total. These are still going. I can look in the lobby. I think I've probably done 30 of these, maybe more. But definitely more after today. Yeah, and for 42, that includes a bunch of slows. So I'm about a third of the way done. The contest is less than 10th of the way full. I should probably slow down and try to stick to maybe not do as many slows in the next couple of weeks. But I don't know, seems like a good time to be drafting. Lots of uncertainty. Lots of people I don't recognize in the lobbies. This team just going to probably end up with Jordan Love stacked, right? Is there anyone in the Packers who goes late? Scrolling through the sidekick. Doesn't look like it, at least not yet. This last draft has Renegades who pulled Cook up. This is what I got to just look at Renegades ranks. I don't know if there's anything I can do. Maybe dodge them. I think they're drafting bad teams, but they are impacting my exposures in ways that I don't love. They're also not a high stakes DFS player, right? I don't know who they are, where they're getting all the bankroll for this. Okay, one here. I got the last 4 rounds of this one, and this was just kicked off. Wait, go ahead and do some slow drafts also. Yeah, you can see we really like these sort of late wide receivers. Ted Hurst, 32% on DraftKings, 37% on Havian Wicks. Not a ton of Cooper Cup, but enough 555s that I'm sort of still halfway there in equity. Just the way the draft landscape is right now, which does mean that I should probably save 50 of these for the last week or two, just so that I have a bunch of teams that have all the camp news. And Chase Brown, don't get a lot of Chase Brown. At 19, seems good. Didn't get him in any of the pass we've done today. And probably Bowers is like, if you're not mixing there, it's probably a purely better pick. But, the sidekick is trying to make sure we scoop those fallers. And Chase Brown has been going earlier, right? Chase Brown above 419 here. Yeah, Chase Brown won at 13 in this one. So it's not something I'm worried about falling all the time in these 555s. Did watch HN here, so HN does go at 20, which is closer to ADP, and 18 in this one. So maybe I was just in some weird rooms earlier when he kept falling to me at 23, and maybe I should have made those clicks. I grabbed twice on the turn earlier, and then the third time I was like, I'm going to take McBride. Ended up with Jordan Love. This is an interesting board. I didn't really notice that I got Jordan Love back here at 29. That's fun. And Hampton seems like a faller here too, right? I don't know who has moved right, really. Maybe not. Maybe that's about where Hampton goes. Love definitely, I think, is more 2-3 turn on DraftKings. Fascinating. It's probably why we're sticking with 4. This is like 2 values, 2 decent. Oh, this is that must have been where the John Dory Swift question came from. Grab Swift here, kind of Tootin, Henderson, and Judkins. And the answer is it happened here. And this wasn't in my exposures before, but now will be. I would suspect that it's just due to the distributions of these players. ADP maybe here. Got some thoughts on Terry McLaurin. I don't know. I could be good. I think my understanding, and I am not a person who knows, is that there's some concern that there's another wide receiver, either Ayuk or Debo or somebody, headed to Washington, so it's not as clean there as the clear wide receiver one with like very little skill competition. But I don't know what actually drives ADP there, and I don't know how it would change if there was or was not a confirmed signing of one of those free agents. Obviously, Ayuk is not a free agent, but what are those theorized? We're going to get Brees here? That's fun. All right. We're getting a lot of Zay pulled up there, but getting Brees is good. We obviously like Brees a lot. Who do we not like in this range? Lad McConkey. Looks like I have $7 on DraftKings of Lad McConkey equity. It's 3% of my drafts, but I must have done 3. How do you get to 3% and $7? Must be like some random, maybe 2. No, it must be 3. A bunch of my $3 drafts and one $1 draft has him on it. I don't know. 3% and $7 when 5% over here is and 1,200 seems a little mismatched, but it is what it is. Obviously, it's not percent of entry fees. That percentage comes directly from DraftKings and the percent of your drafts that they're in. But I'm always curious which of my drafts have them in there. All right. Other things I need to check in on. That I need to read later. This should just be going. Great. Back tests have done their stuff. We're going to have some dinner. We're going to make some sausages. It's going to be delicious. Maybe I should have had something different than a beer right now and save the beer for sausage night. I am going to sneeze, though. Should have called it. Sneezing was absolutely going to lose me a cat there. Which flash sale did you not get your DK tickets from? I got mine. At least from today's 555 flash sale. There may be another flash sale that you might not have, but reach out to support. They were always very clear and communicative. Yeah, I've got mine. As soon as it locked, it popped into my account. I got the notification that you got some. I mean, sorry, if you have to opt into the sale, I think, to get it. If you enter a 555 and have not opted into the deal, you don't get a ticket. It is not everyone gets one. You have to opt into the offer. Yeah, Jason, I think you're talking about there's like a $10 ticket that they did for the flash sale and a $25 and the ticket is there, but this, if you email support, they will remap the ticket. They have to, every ticket has a set of contests that it's valid to enter. And if they don't specifically, it's a DraftKings like system is really old. And so if they haven't specifically labeled a contest as eligible for that ticket, then you can't use that ticket in it. And then you just need to like say, hey, I need this, make this contest eligible for these tickets, and it'll clear. But yeah, I would just email support for that one. We had a McMillan fall to 54 in a DK draft. Where does McMillan usually go? I just took him at 43. So it looks like I could have maybe waited and tried to get him at 54 a full round later. Obviously, top guy didn't know that he's falling in all these drafts, but I suspected mine. Ooh, another Kolar share. Love that, maybe. No other sidekick users. I think most other people are not drafting Charlie Kolar. Yep. It is there. It's all very like, you would be surprised how manual everything on DraftKings is for 2026. Like a lot, like to create a contest, they like have to click a specific, it is all mind-bogglingly manual. All right, got another Kolar share on Kolar weekend. 3494, pretty standard, hyperfragile. We've got somebody, this is Vandy here. We have a look at their team. This is a very reasonable 5 tight end team. 5 in the last 7 rounds, 6 rounds, whatever this is. Wait, 5 in the last 8 rounds if I'm adding 3 to 5. Seems good. Don't mind it on DraftKings in particular. Went early, wide receiver and running back. Seems fine. Any players that you find yourself disagreeing on the tool a lot, or maybe not since you got? I mean, so I don't have any thoughts about players, which is why I don't fucking know anything about them. I know a lot about where the sidekick drafts and what teams they're on because I've seen it a bunch, but I don't know, like, I don't have opinions on who is good or bad. I will occasionally be like, hey, where's a good example? I'll be like, hey, guys, I've got 30% Bucky through 30 drafts. Like, is there a chance that our inputs are not what we want them to be or not? But almost always it comes back, nope, they're right. This is the rate we should be taking them. Rip them in. No, in this case, the 555 means the DraftKings NFL 555 Monster Millionaire, which is $555 to entry. But yes, I can see how that's confusing, as that was very similar to a 555 here. It was a 585. That would be a lot of quarterbacks, I guess. So probably don't draft a 555 in 20 round drafts. You can do a 555 probably in 18 round drafts, get yourself 3 quarterbacks and somehow figure out the 555. I don't know. Don't think I get many 5 tight end teams, honestly, on Underdog. So it's probably not a great idea. But it is actually doable without punting. And then actually 555s, I bet I get a bunch of in the, nope. Actually, no, I bet you I have some 555s in the Superflex. 5 quarterbacks. I get 55555s even. Let me see. Here's if you're a general. That is finished. Is this a 555? No, 4763. Close. Let's do this big dog. Let me clear out these slow drafts. So when I finish this one, I'm going to grab Mahomes, stacked up with somebody here in the big dog. Grab the puppy. No, grab the puppy. Drafting the puppy. Grab the players. This cat still is like hanging out here. I don't know if you can see it. He just got too warm, got started by the sneeze, and now he doesn't know what to do. He's just staring down the hallway. Sometimes that means there's an ant. He likes cat's brains. I don't know. Can't handle ants or something. Both of our cats will just stare at an ant on the hardwood floor. They don't bat at it. They don't try to eat it. They just like stare in its general direction. I don't know if like they can't see it, but they can see that something's moving and it like freaks them out. Or if they can see it, but they've pawed at it and it's an ant, so they can't do anything with it. It's all very interesting. Yeah. I'm not a lot of streaming happening, but anytime that there's a great deal like this where we can get in a bunch of high stakes teams and chat through stuff, and my wife is happy to hang out and play some video games on the couch, happy to join. Most Sundays, it's also a bajillion degrees out here, outside here, so I was not going to be out doing a hike or something fun on a Sunday. So, is what it is. Happy to stream and put together these back-to-backs for you guys. Well, we really ideally would have hoped to have made more than $9,000 back on our 23K and on MLB. We knew pretty early on that wasn't going to happen. Brian Thomas, I don't have a lot of Brian Thomases. You can 3%, $3 and 1%. Getting a Brian Thomas share here at 67 could be exciting. All right, sounds like some people haven't gotten their 555 promo tickets yet either. Hopefully you opted in. Sometimes if you email support and be like, I forgot to opt into the promo before I did my draft, they'll be like, oh yeah, I can clearly see that you did a draft during the time of the promo. Here's some tickets. So again, email DraftKings support. They've always been very helpful in my experience, even though it's the weekend. Cat vision is high sensitive motion. That makes sense to me. Given what they hunt, it's just the degree of intensity at which they stare at an ant is fast. I don't think that's what he's doing. I think he's just sort of spaced out. As I mentioned, this is the dumb cat. Nice but dumb. The other one's mean but very smart. I think he's just like staring off into the hallway. He's right next to the fan, but the fan doesn't, it's like he's next to the intake part of the fan over there, if you can see it. He's not next to the part of the fan that makes air move outward very much. And so he's not getting much of a breeze, but it's like blowing over him maybe. Maybe he likes the noise. I don't know. What are you doing, Professor Plum? What's going on in your tiny cat brain? Unknowable. All right. Beer handled. Mackay Lemon probably here. Seems great. This is like, we're way ahead of Mackay Lemon on DraftKings. So I have 30%, which is either going to be great or sad. Let's go ahead. We're in this lobby. We're going to use this to draft some of those slows real quick. Draft the field general. Nope, didn't want this. It clicked into a MLB lineup that's getting absolutely torched. I want these. Click into here. There we go. All right, make these two picks. Almost the end of this strong side, which apparently I did a strong side slow a while ago. Charlie Kolar, because it is late June and I'm using the sidekick. And Kyler. I'm going to have to look at the Kyler versus Goff exposure in these 555s. It's probably fine. I just have to look to see if it's because Goff is going earlier or not. We just Goff relative to Kyler, we just think is, I guess, not a close call, which hopefully makes us money on average most of the time. So Mahomes is probably going to make it back to us here. If not, then I think it's pretty clearly we grab Trevor Lawrence, but he probably goes to the Parker Washington drafter somewhere. Right? Where's Parker Washington? Positive Parker Washington has gone off the board by now because he goes ahead of. Maybe not. Am I wrong? Am I losing my mind? Oh, there we go. Left side of me. So the question is, do I try to push Mahomes? This is probably a place where I IKB if they both fall to me. I'll grab Trevor Lawrence way past ADP and then push Mahomes around, and maybe I get both, or worst case, I get Lawrence and Purdy. It just seems like a spot where they're close enough. Yeah. Oh, our cats do this all the time with both our stove and our fridge. Like they've seen something go under our fridge and just stare at that for hours. That just little slot that's under there. We eventually had to duct tape the base of our stove because they keep sticking their paws under there and like pulling out the insulation that protects the floor from burning from the stove. So that was bad. So we put duct tape around there. And now they just are underneath the stove and the dishwasher. Or sorry, the fridge and the dishwasher. Little rubber sheet. Well, we've got a bunch of cat stuff that they love. Not as much as staring into the hallway, apparently, at the moment. But they do definitely have those quarter dispensers. Yeah, at least, I don't know. Every supermarket I grew up around had those on the exit to the supermarket. And so, yeah, I mean, I think Trevor Lawrence at 91 and Mahomes goes, so it's going to be top of sidekick anyways, right? Purdy isn't going to flip here. Look at this. I didn't even have to IKB to do what I think I was probably going to do here. Round 11. This one is catching. Wait, no, this was a slow draft. See, I'm paying attention and I'm not losing my mind. Backed contests to this field general. Okay, anything interesting happening here? Loveland to the Bowers team. Allen at about where Allen goes in these 5.55s. McBride, see, yeah, I think I mentioned this. He always pulls McBride way up. Hurts here to the Lamar draft. Lamar early unstacked is always odd because I think his ADP of DraftKings is somewhere over here. Obviously, we're hoping to get a big fall on Purdy, but the Evans drafter is usually to our left here, so that usually doesn't happen. But where is, yeah, well, with Lamar and Hurts, maybe the Evans drafter doesn't take Purdy. That could be fun. Or we'll get our fifth RB and probably, ooh, Manungai, a little bit of Manungai Brooks flipping there. But Brooks goes, that's fine. Keep taking people who are not Purdy. If we can get Purdy and then we can get Jacoby Myers of all the way back would be kind of nice. Or I guess Kyler there. Either of those two picks seem pretty sweet. The BTJ, Jacoby Myers thesis is pretty clear. Parker Washington getting injured or not being the player you need. Okay. One more pick. They don't take Purdy. Nice. This is fun. Got Purdy with CMC. It's whatever week 17 bring back. Obviously, the sidekick likes Purdy, 22% already. And then we try to figure out who we get back. Is it going to be Downs? Is it going to be Jacoby Myers? One of these running backs? Maybe it's Kyler. Could be Kincaid, who is the first person past ADP we see at the top here. Rashad White, a little bit. No, Aaron Jones would be the first person past ADP if I'll go by ADP. Guess I should hide this. It's the last one, and I'm tired and getting lazy. Getting near bedtime. Nap time at the very least. Like I say again, thank you all for joining us this afternoon. It's been a fun 5 hours with you all. And hopefully you enjoyed us ripping a bunch of 5.55s. Nothing popping off in the DFS streets to continue to sweat. We have a quick look. I'll look at my phone real quick. But, yep. Dead on that because of our pitcher. And then everything else. Oh, we're done. Slate. This seems to be this. Slate's over. So this is what. Lost about 70% or so. I don't want to do 9/23 in my head, but that's what we made back in our DFS slate today. Not too bad. Banked yesterday. Can't bank every day. Oh, let me see. Did Vertical win again? That would cause us to riot. Or did Lunch Money hold? Oh, Lunch Money definitely held. Great. Vertical still got fourth, but you can't be having Vertical winning 3 of these in a week. That would be never hear the end of it from him. Parker, don't tell Vertical I'm talking shit about him. Then never hear the end about that. I think Parker actually wandered off. He had to go to the gym. That's why he's not in these drafts anymore. Okay. 11 rounds left. Obviously getting tired. All right. Murray went. Manungai goes. We're going to grab our first tight end. That's going to be Kelsey, I assume. Yep. We have plenty of Kelsey and Ferguson on all these teams. Pretty decent chance we end with only 4 running backs here. Obviously, we would have grabbed a 5th if Manungai had fallen back to us, but sort of through there. Yeah, I don't understand Tyler Shuck's ADP. I'm going to have basically no Tyler Shuck. And we hope he has a CJ Stroud-like career in which his second year is nowhere near as good as his first. Not that I'm wishing anything particularly poor upon Weatherman right now. I'm just looking at my own. I'm going to have my own exposures. And it looks like I had like 1% and like $4 or something on Shuck so far. Really what I want is the ADP to come down on Shuck so I can get some Shuck at a better price than everybody else. That would make us all happy. Diversify a bit. Malik Willis, another person where like half the field, and it just, you don't get that in a 5-5-5 very often. There he goes. We gotta get ourselves some wide receiver points. So I wasn't actually counting build frequency here, but I think most of our builds felt pretty blended through 6, where we'd have 3 to 4 running backs, 3 to 4 wide, maybe 2 running backs sometimes. It's like we had a couple 4 wide receiver starts, sometimes some elite tight ends. Builds that have been designed to beat this landscape, but nothing particularly strange. Sometimes you get 3 running back builds. I don't think we had any of those. And I suspect you get a lot less of them in the 5-5-5 because of the payout structure being, our advancement structure being 2 of 8, 1 of 8, 52 final. You just, you better to have some more options at running back there. Sorry if you are a yawn contagious person, because apparently we be yawning. Else MLB slate have anything interesting on it? It's got one of the 150 max quals and a mega qual. Cool. I'll enter those before bed tonight. I assume all of these slow drafts have filled or are going to fill shortly. Yep, 2 slows left, 1 6 of 12, 1 2 of 12. So we caught all the people in there. Assuming the sidekick is build agnostic with guardrails, there's no guard. It's all sim based, right? There's no guardrails. It is giving me the player that makes the most money, right? So we simulate the NFL season, we simulate the rest of your drafts, we simulate the contest, and we sort them with mostly by EV, but with a generative diversity component, so that you can get a diverse portfolio, and you're not always getting the same lineups in the same spots with the same teams, both for things. But yeah, there's no guardrails at all. If the best pick to make you money was 10 straight running backs, it would pick 10 straight running backs, or up to, I don't know. I don't think running backs has a position player cap in there. It's in the code if there is, but up to 5 tight ends, up to 5 QBs, depending on the site and their position limits. It would let you do that, and Explorer's future teams would have that structure, could have that structure. But yeah, no guardrails. But it is build agnostic, in that it doesn't care, doesn't go like, oh, this is a team that's going to end up with 8 running backs, therefore it is bad. If the team ended up with 8 running backs was good, it would let it happen, right? It doesn't. I said this a couple of times on Pat's streams, but like the sims that simulate the NFL season know what position a player plays, and the constraints, like the description of the scoring function. So when every week when a player scores a value, how you score onto a lineup in best ball, like that knows the position a player is. But like the sidekick doesn't know that Omar Cooper right now is a wide receiver. This just happens to be a player that we grab. When you apply all of those logic steps to it, some of which include wide receiver eligibility as being important, that this is the best pick. It doesn't know that it knows that I have 4 in the sense that those are the 4 players it competes with wide receiver slots. It knows that I have another 4 running backs and tight ends to compete for the flex scoring, right? But we just simulate out the games, and then you let the rules of scoring solve it for you. We did get Omar Cooper here. Yeah, so there's no guardrails in that sense. There's no position limits aside from the ones set by the sites. There's no like rules or heuristics or whatever other things you might have to do if you're building, or like we did have to, right? When we got the classic algo. When we built the classic algo, there is some amount of draft capital logic and heuristics and all this stuff built in, which is why we very quickly wanted to move on to sims as soon as we got that product out, because we knew that that was not the right way to solve a game. It involves you making a bunch of assumptions about the right way to play based on historical data, which is never what you want to be doing in a game. You always want to you want to let historical data inform various things, but when you are modeling and doing the actual choices in a specific set, you want to let the correct answers sort of come to the top naturally. Same way in DFS, you don't like look at who the best player or best stacking combinations or stack sizes were on the previous slate, the previous 3 slates. You want to say, okay, in general, doing things like this could be beneficial, and then check this. Am I a big Slim Shady fan? If so, what's the 101 of Slim Shady songs? I assume you mean Eminem here. I'm not aware of other Slim Shadys. Not a big Eminem fan. Not an un-Eminem fan. Not really my genre. I'm mostly a classic rock and alternative child of the 90s. Not opposed to some more kind of indie hip hop, sort of like De La Soul and Biz Markie stuff from that era as well. But I don't know. Yeah, I'm not going to be the right person to give you the 101 of Eminem songs. The handle has nothing to do with that. It is Shady is a abbreviation of Shadar, which is a character from a book series, and abbreviated that to Shady Advice because it was comical when I first started streaming and doing YouTube videos 20 years ago, whatever that would have been. Is it 20 years ago? 2026? Yeah, I think it must have been. Jesus Christ. Yeah. So it was wicked funny 20 years ago, and it's just stuck as my internet handle. Is that right? Yeah, holy fuck. 20 years ago. When that must have been, I would have to look up when I did. It probably would have had to have been about then. I have to go back. Very interesting question as we confront our own aged mortality. I think I was probably not streaming until 2028 or until 2008, I would have guessed. It depends a lot on like when Justin TV and Ustream sort of came out as a platform for us to stream on. So I was recording YouTube videos at about the same time. Yeah, it had to have been about then. Again, I should think maybe can I even check I could go back and check maybe. No, because that would be Twitch cleared all the Justin TV stuff out a while back. Anyway, thanks for coming on that mental journey with me. We're wrapping up this last 555. We've got 7 picks left. 2, 4, 6, 1. Might end up with a 5th running back, but Spears goes, so it's unlikely. Click through some slow drafts while we wait. Looks like we might have a shot at grabbing Gino on the wrap back here to stack up with Omar and Brees. So we'll grab probably one of these 2 tight ends, I would guess. And then maybe Gino comes back around. I think Sadiq has 555s really do not like Sadiq. I have, as you can see, no Sadiq, but we've been relatively close here in 2 555s. I'd never see Sadiq top a queue. Or even in the recommendations when I'm only doing stuff. So, interesting note. Oh, we're going to get Gino here. Maybe we'll get Sadiq to come back around. Grab our 3rd quarterback in Gino. Getting pumped for some dinner. Anyone else have any excellent dinner plans that I should be aware of? Any Father's Day plans for those of you with little ones, or going out with your own? We get Sadiq back here. That would be a pretty impressive 20. Got 2. I suspect Weatherman here is going to grab Sadiq, almost certainly. With only Goddard, yeah. Well, maybe not. You're saying there's a chance. Ooh, a private chef. I think I've said this, but my brother's a chef. Both publicly and privately? I don't know. But that's a sweet gift. Is he going to have like a menu to choose from? How are you setting up the curation, or is it a prefix, as we would say in the chefing world? No, Sadiq goes brutal. I mean, not that brutal. If we'd really cared, we would have flipped them, but would have been fun to get Sadiq back. Private chef is fun. I have like no concept of what it would cost to get a private chef to do a thing for an event. Like, I've had things catered and I know how much that costs, but that's for a lot of humans. And so some of that is food cost. Some of it's also time. Like a private chef, presumably they provide their own ingredients, I would guess. So you're looking at $1,000 maybe, 500 if you're in a less. All right, Debo. I don't know. I have no, like, maybe they're really fast. Maybe you can get like a hibachi chef, and they would be like really fast. They would do it and then go on to do other things. Yeah. Favorite foods, food allergies. Nice. Good stuff. All right. And we see a field of blue on the sidekick, which we're just going to rip in tight ends. Yeah. So this is like the shop and billiard seems like the way to do it. One of our favorite things to do when we travel is like to do a cooking class in whatever city we're in. If it's international, not so much in the US, so then maybe we would like it in the US. But yeah, one of the things is like you do the cooking class, you meet the chef who's going to help you cook, and then you like go shopping as a group and you bring back the food to the kitchen that they have set in, which is a lot of fun. If you're into cooking food and travel, I highly recommend finding a highly rated, or at least a decently rated cooking class in the city. Doing that, it's a fun way to usually take you to places and you buying your stuff from local folks for the ingredients and things. I'm sure there's shitty versions of it, but big fan as a way to explore a new culture, or a repeat culture, even if it's not new. Maybe we get Stribling back to go with Purdy. We'll see. Nope, we do not. We got a Stribbler in the draft. I am starting to lose my voice though, which is exciting. Happen as you enter your sixth hour. Done 5 hours entering our 6th hour. Hello, cat. Hi. I don't know if you guys can hear him, but he's shouting at me. I'm not the one who feeds you. Yeah? What do you think? You want to wear the headset and chat with chat for a bit? Want to try? He did not want to wear the headset. He wanted to lick it, but he did not want to wear it. It's really big for you. I don't. You can come up. You want to come up? You can come up. And we can go. You come up. I'm not going to feed you. This is when he doesn't come up. This is when he's hungry and food is the thing he wants. He thinks I'm the dumb one because I don't know that he wants food, but I know that he wants food. I'm not the one who usually feeds him, so I don't know why he thinks this particular exchange is going to go profitably for him. But you're going to shout at me. Yep, keep shouting. You want to come up or just keep shouting from down there? I'm going to purr and shout over and over again. Yep. This is not your first rodeo, cat. Oh, going out. We figured out that I am not the right human. We wander off into oblivion. Bye, bud. Good luck out there. I'm sure you'll find someone who loves you and will feed you. He's looking down the hallway to where the kitchen and where the food is. So I think he's realized that my wife is engrossed in the video game and is unlikely to feed him. And he's hoping that by bothering me, I might accelerate the process. And he's right. I am going to get up in about 4 rounds of draft, and we will kick off our evening activities, which include kitten feeding, kitten poop scooping, and then human feeding in some amount of the order. Really bad to mix up those various tasks. But I think we've got the cognitive load to be able to handle it. What do you think, bud? Just wistfully staring down the hall. I guess you can't really see his face because it's behind the door, just like directly staring down the hallway. Okay, let's see. Looks like I've got some good rankings chats to catch up on after these 5 hours. Maybe they answered some of those Brissette questions, but I won't know until I read it. And I won't get to benefit from it until it's in The Sims. Maybe grab some Firemouth here. See, like all of these, when we're in these later rounds, it's just like, I have apparently no Terrence Ferguson on DraftKings yet. Grab some Pat Firemouth. Play the hits. Thoughts and thoughts on a cat's thoughts. One time I got T-gunned on the road and I was concussed. Okay, I wouldn't concussed. Yeah, they do that like a little like wobbly thing where they're like not quite sure of their balance, but then they obviously have great balance when they do real things. But yeah, concussion I think is probably a good facsimile for the amount of thought. Oh, I heard a sneeze, which means that my wife is probably up and about, and he wandered off, which I assume means that he's gotten at least the idea that there might be food in the future. So might end up with more, almost certainly going to end up with more Kolar here. Some more Ted Hurst. Maybe some Tory Horton. We'll see. We will see. Some of the question here is, do I push Charlie Kolar here and grab Gesicki? Maybe we go 5 tight end here if I get Kolar. So yeah, I think we grab Gesicki, then we probably grab a wide receiver, and then we grab Kolar. Maybe we just grab Kolar here and we get three round 18 players. It's always a fun way to build things also. Get unique where it doesn't cost you any projection. Yeah, I think we grab Kolar here just so that we have the top of sidekick solved, and hopefully we get some variety. Yeah, we should click in here. I can show you guys live MLB money. Oh, that sorts the wrong way. You can see how badly we got smashed in this. I mean, everybody got smashed, but our best finish was 55th. We had like not bad stacks. Obviously, Texas did do it for us here, which was too bad. We're on the clock. We'll go make our pick in a second. But the first place, lunch money, absolutely smashed it. Click. Whoever Eric Mall is got first and second with 2 entries, it looks like. Maybe they have at least 3. That must be nice. Kaseki goes, we do take Kolar here. Yeah, we did not have St. Louis enough reasonably high owned, like not a nothing stack, but I think a lot of our St. Louis stacks probably had a pitcher that didn't do so well, which would have been the St. Louis pitcher, given that they gave up, I think, 5 or 6 runs. We probably had a lot of pitcher pairings there. Oh, wait, there was another one that maybe we, 55th. Yeah. So we got ourselves some good. St. Louis won us. Texas just didn't get there for us, which is a shame. We would have loved to have made some money. Particularly $100,000 would have been nice. Oh, Christian Kirk would be fun. Probably goes off the board before us. But what? Hi. Do you want to be on and try again? Thoughts? No. He still doesn't want to wear the headset. I don't know what's wrong with him. He still wants to shout at me. What? I've got nothing. I have nothing for you. Got nothing for the cat. Oh, but he doesn't know that. Hello. You want pets, though? Okay, you want to come up for pets? Can do one last round of pets. I've got 2 more picks to make before this is done. Want a last round of pets? No, you want food. You very obviously. I know you want food. I know you want food, which is why this is an impasse, because I can't go get you food right now. He's just winking at me. Up. 2 more picks, bud. Then the stream is done. Here's 1 more pick. We're done with our stream. And don't eat the cords, though. Yeah. All right, little monster. We're so close. Yes. Whoa, come up. Hush. Hello. All right. We're close, bud. We're so close. Yes. We're so close. Yeah. That was fun. You want to come up again? No. All right. Okay. And thank you again, once and for all. Looks like we're either going to end up with 5 tight ends or 9 wide receivers with a 3-4. Oh, Tongas goes. You've got Bryant does make it to us. Jesus, can you hear him? He's shouting out there. What? Time to clean. He perked up. Oh, no, he's coming back in here. The trials and tribulations of being a kitten before feeding time. It's be so tough. Everybody knows, but he doesn't think you know that he knows. All right. Max Claire, come on down. All right. Thank you so much for sticking around. Hopefully you found this informative and useful. If not, probably better things to do with my time. But hopefully it was fun. Thanks so much. I guess I haven't talked about the sidekick. You can always pick up the sidekick at legendaryupside.com. Pat will be on Pete's stream tomorrow at his usual time, I think, for Best Ball Breakfast. And then Top Click Tuesday on Tuesday, etc., etc. Have a good evening. Happy Father's Day once again. to those of you who deserve it.